All right, open. We were a little bit. Oh fuck! It's too late. God damn, missed it. Shit. I'm gonna say we're bullish on. We're bullish in the the yen, but we didn't really get anything to get in on it anyway, so it's fine. Swiss isn't doing shit until it does something. I'm not interested. Again, guys, don't forget we have news in 30. It's in 30 minutes, right? Yeah. Um. No, I was like a lot of my family was like, "Oh, did you cry?" I was like, "Nope." And then, they're like, "Why?"
Oh, it's a fucking car accident. You don't cry at car accidents.
I don't know. A lot of my friends cried and shit. But then, like,
it's a mess, man. You cry later. You don't cry during the war. Fuck. Cry after
I
the
don't.
war when you start thinking about it.
Right here, crude might be it. You can look for a 34 pullback, possibly. To answer your question, Harvey, I was a little bit pissed off because I was annoyed. I'm not pissed off. Wife fucking spent a little bit over $2,000 US dollar for a fortune teller as to when she should give birth to give the baby the best chance. And she didn't even fucking. And she was in a lot of pain, which obviously I felt bad, and I didn't want to like force her to adhere to that timing. But then afterwards, I was like, I don't believe in this shit. You do, and you spend $2,000, and you can't even suck it up for an hour to meet that criteria. I mean, no. We asked the nurse and we had the doctors there and everything. They're like, yeah, well, it's just painful for you, right? And in my head, I'm thinking, I don't know what labor pain feels like, but I've torn three of ligaments in my knee. I've done, I've had surgery. I've had multiple broken bones. I've had a finger completely split open where I saw my fucking pearly white bones, and then had to hike 3 hours down the mountain to go to the hospital. My point is, I don't know what labor pains feels like. However, if I pay $2,000 for something that I think, or forget about paying, if I fucking think that me being in pain for an hour will give my child a better chance in life, I'll take 3 times that amount, 10 times that amount, right? So I was fucking livid, to be honest. I don't even believe in that shit, too.
I know that. I'm sorry.
I was fucking pissed.
That is
I wanted
lot
to
of money to spend for a fortune teller.
No, forget about the money, right? It's about the non-sacrifice, dude.
Well, no, that part's a little. I don't think that part's too bad.
Of course it is bad, because if you believe in this, if this is your belief,
well, she doesn't believe it that much, or she would have gone through.
She does.
Okay.
Otherwise, she would not have paid that much, or we would not have do it like 2-3 times a year. Like, people will come into our house, feng shui this motherfucking shit up for another fucking $2-3 grand. The name is gonna cost about $2-3 grand.
What?
Yeah, like the Chinese name and shit. Fuck,
for
man.
the Chinese name?
What, you gonna trademark?
No, in Chinese, like you can create because it's characters, right? You can create a name where it means something, and it's good or bad for life. Whatever fortune teller shit. Anyways, this could be it if we kind of get a pullback in crude. So I would say maybe 78.40, right that low. You can even write it a little bit higher if you wanted to. Let's see.
Wait, what? I'm confused. I
yeah.
thought you were looking for a short and crude.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell a breakdown.
Okay.
I still don't get it. The name does something magical?
Some people believe that, Harvey, and it's only white people that don't believe it.
Oh, oh.
Yeah, like you go anywhere else in the world to any other ethnicity, they believe it.
So really, we're the
I didn't
assholes.
know that. Holy shit.
I'm not saying you guys are assholes. I'm just saying the idea of not having a meaning attached to your name is it's a newer idea than having one. Just
What?
like the idea. What?
Oh, I think it's a bad thing to not feel that way. Like, I feel like you should have some symbolism or something deeper with your name than just like the idea of just not being individual at all almost sounds like something the government's been trying to indoctrinate us into feeling like our names don't mean anything. If that
Yeah.
makes
Well, I'm not saying you guys are the assholes. I'm just saying that's not what I was trying to say. I was saying that the idea of having meaning with your name is a much more traditional sense than naming your child Ben.
I feel you.
I'm gonna cancel this crude just because I'll just wait. That's a double top. I'll wait for news to hit. So everything's just gonna be waiting for news to hit. Thanks, Zoster.
I'm glad everything went well.
Okay, so did you end up picking a name then? Not one that was given
Not
to you
yet.
by a fortune teller?
No, the fortune teller one is just for the Chinese name.
Oh. And that cost $2,000.
US dollars.
Again, I think I'm in the wrong line of work, obviously.
I assume fortune telling is a lot more common in China than it is in the US, right?
Yep.
Because it's kind of where it came
What
from.
credentials do you need to become a fortune teller? Is there a school or a class?
Fuck off, Harvey.
Oh no, I'm actually being serious. Or do you just get a gift? Do you have a gift?
I don't know, Harvey.
Oh,
I don't
You-
believe in that shit,
you
but
put
I
so
do
much-
follow it if I pay for it. Like, okay, so like he's all like, he came to our house. That was like fucking $3 or $4 grand. It's by square footage, and he goes, "You need a plant next to your trading station." I'm like, okay. You also need to put a deer here, like a little metal deer thing. All right. And then he goes, "You got to empty the water every single week and then refill it." I said, "Okay." There's not been a single fucking week that I missed that. I don't believe in it, but if you're gonna tell me and I paid for that, I'm gonna do it. And that's what pissed me off, or annoyed me. It's like, the fuck, man. Anyways, you guys get the point.
Indiana. You guys want to answer it? It'll be fun.
Do it?
What?
Oh, it's too late. They already
Oh, you're getting a call from Indiana?
Yeah.
That might be my grandma. Or my brother.
Yeah.
Or my niece.
Yeah.
Nephews.
Well, I kind of do.
You would be probably a little creeped out to know how many people know about you, Harvey.
No, you'd be surprised. I got a pretty deep web. I reach many people with my fortune telling ways.
All you need is a sign on the door.
I just gotta up the price. Jesus, $2,000. I was only charging 200. I guess I didn't put in all the bells and whistles like the flower or the plant and the deer and all the rest of it. I gotta incorporate that stuff. Mine was more like
Shit. Oh man.
we must have blew them up real good last week because there's nobody showing up.
We had like 20 guys a day here last week.
Yeah, we must have blew them up real good. That's solid. Well, it seems like once the obsidian stopped, they definitely thank you for the fucking biscuits, and they left.
You're right.
Fucking,
Noticed that until just now.
it's like a funeral with the little fucking triangle sandwiches. Thanks for the sandwiches. I'm out.
I like those triangle sandwiches.
I know, it's like amazing. You could eat like 40 of them. Right?
I do like those things.
I don't want to get stuck with the egg salad. Egg salad's my favorite. Egg salad is my, well, I don't mind a good eggie. Yes. Is that what you're, it's our Bobby. Yes.
Um,
Our Bobby. It's not perfect.
It's not perfect. No, certainly not. But it's extra confluence.
What are you guys talking about?
Getting short crude.
What's extra confluence?
Your bear opinion of it. Like me feeling bearish about something and then hearing you be bearish about it makes me feel like I'm onto something.
Did you like that trade yesterday in crude? That's mine.
Yeah, that was a good trade.
Yeah, it was. I did like that trade. I
Appreciate
actually-
it all day, brother.
I loved it. It was
Look
one
at
of,
how I just stat at 78, 78.
one of my favorites. Yeah, I had a different target and it didn't get hit until ETH. But I still, yeah, it was still an awesome trade.
Me, yeah. I mean, that was based on RTH. If it's ETH, we're going to the key major, right? I didn't think it was going to get down even lower than that, but if we're just strictly talking about, that, I would look at that.
7760 is one, right?
Yeah.
What? 7760 is the level.
Certainly something.
So,
Yes.
You notice where crude bounced this morning, Harvey?
yeah, let me put that in the notes.
You had that level, right?
I actually
Damon?
didn't have that level.
Damon did, right?
Yeah, I did,
Okay.
but not everybody has. We all have little pieces of the puzzle, but nobody has the puzzle finished.
I do.
That puzzle is
Well,
becoming
yes,
a pain in the ass.
you have the puzzle finished. Yes, you do.
I'm working on a kitty one right now, and I am no good at fur.
First, tough, dude.
Fuck. All the same color.
Mm-hmm.
All striped. Like it's all got fucking fur in it.
All right. I'm just gonna show the indicator real quick. Since there's 15 minutes. I'm color coding. Actually,
No suit for you. Why did you give them so much soup up there anyway?
What are you talking about?
When you were in ES text, what were you fucking drunk or something? What were you chatting with them so much? The other
Oh, I don't know.
He was drunk.
yeah,
No, I
you're
wasn't.
giving them all the soup, and then they were like, "Oh, I love soup," and I'm like, "Fuck, what the fuck? I earned that soup."
What's soup?
Would you show?
Your analogy of soup.
There's a soup.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Soup.
Yes, I
Anyways.
remember the soup.
Oh, I found it.
Um, all right. Candles are colored. And it's not completely finished, so I, still gotta change it. These are two separate indicators. One is a little bit faster than the other, but it shows you if it's green, clearly you're going to go long. So, for instance, let's just say, and then you're looking for levels and or TCAs get involved. So let's just go with this random short right here, right? That right here, right? Look at this. London comes in, does a line break, down we go. US comes in late day. I believe this is FOMC, late day, shorts, down. This one is break even, maybe, if not a loss. And then maybe here another either loss or break even, not sure, because this is a slightly higher time frame, so we can capture more. Coming to this day, we're still short bias, still red, very much red here. So here's a good one where you should easily break even. There's another that you should easily make some money off of. And then whether you lose money or still trade this time, completely up to you. Moving on to the next day, you can easily make money off here, make money off here. Again, we're still short bias. No TCAs whatsoever, so you shouldn't be trading that. And then from this day forth, we actually flip long, and there's no TCAs. So next day, flip long. Right here, you should be able to break even, if not make a little bit of money. Another one right here, which you should be able to get in, and it just runs. Perfect TCA right here, up. You should make a lot of money. Another one here, you should be able to easily make money there, even though it collapses. And at this point, we're still long bias. No LBs, maybe an LB, I don't know. And then this is big news hits. You shouldn't be trading this. And into here, we're long bias, so you get long. And you're still, at least making some money. No TCAs. TCA right here, good. It goes up. No TCAs, no levels. TCA here, goes up. No TCA, no TCA, but no last breaks. Even though it could have worked, no last breaks. And then from this point on, we're flipping short bias. Perfect TCA right here to the downside. No TCAs. And then here, we're still short bias. This is easily a break even.
News. Or I'm sorry, I'm 2 minutes off. My bad. Forgive me.
Now we're long bias again. And then TCAs, no TCA, no TCA. Oh, we're here. TCA easily break even. TCA, easy break evens right there. TCA pops up, and this is where you make money. Is like when these TCAs and these biases form a trend, you make a lot of money. Here, and then just runs. Another TCA here, runs. Still long bias here, so no TC or no line break, last break. Maybe last break here, maybe break even, maybe stop loss. And then this is right now. So that's what all it really is just instead of it being a day by day, it can switch once per day. Yeah. Anyways, 10 minutes till whatever. Those of you guys who are actually, there's no one in here that doesn't really join. I guess Keymaker's the only one. I don't even know if Keymaker's listening. Oh, Zoster, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I run through the macro stuff early, so I don't do it during market hours. I'll talk about what I'm bullish, bearish on prior to the open, and then that's it. I don't. Yeah. Just FYI, guys.
That did not look more picky. Was I missing something?
No, this is it's not more picky. The other one was picky that I showed you. That one's super picky. This one is just giving you a bias because I know most of you guys won't sit on your hands for like 5 days.
You're not
Am I
wrong.
wrong?
You're not
Yeah.
wrong.
Hey man, I would if I was driving your boat.
If you made enough money to buy a boat, you wouldn't sit on your hands.
No,
If you made
I'm
enough
sitting
money.
on your boat.
Oh,
Driving
okay.
your boat. Pronounce yacht, but nobody's counting.
I don't think I'll ever make enough money to feel comfortable to buy a boat or a yacht, to be honest with you.
You'd be surprised because you could live in international waters, right? And actually don't have to pay. It's another way around taxes.
Not if you're a U.S. citizen.
Wow, I guess.
You may never escape.
You can't escape taxes if you're a U.S. citizen. That's just point blank, period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Seven minutes. All right, I'm gonna go take a piss. So I'm back.
All right. Now, dude, Peter, I don't know if America's going to like it too much if we denounce our citizenship. I feel like that's like one of those things that people say, they say you can do it, but when you actually do it, we never hear from those people again. They move to wherever, but they never contact us after that. They're gone. So it makes you wonder what's happening to them. But I'm not crazy. I'm not paranoid in the slightest. All right, I'm going to go read this story about the soup. You got the PA and crew to get short. Pullback though. Maybe we'll get it with the news. Zero, come back. I don't want to be the only one making money from your trade. I mean, currently I'm on a 5-second, but let's see. You can probably get it on 30-second. Yeah, it's there on a 30-second too, and probably a 1 minute. Oop, yeah. There she is. But no pullback.
Zoster, I use multiple time frames.
I was saying that we got the price action and crew to get short. And then he asked what time frame I was looking at.
Okay. Harvey, I don't think I gave him anything special, if that's what you were talking about.
It looked like you got
Yeah.
excited when you saw people
Just
asking.
the time of day.
I actually was fully expecting people not to even respond or give a shit because I mean, they never have. They're so
On the
micro.
time of day.
Yeah, one guy was really giving you the clout. I've never even heard of that guy before.
Yeah, I think he was just saying that. He just saw that I was an admin.
Oh, one of those. One of those.
15 seconds.
15 seconds. We're at that magic yellow level in NQ.
The yellow level.
Yep.
Uh,
Let's go. I'm joking. But you could have made some money right there. Cha-ching.
uh-oh. That
5112, hopefully.
PMI is bullish readings. Factory orders are down. It seems bullish. Wait a second. It's mixed. What's more important, the non-manufacturing or the global composite PMI?
Hold on, Harvey. I'm trying to manage some things. God damn it. Get back to my level. Looking at 1225 now, maybe. Hmm. Damn, I had a feeling it was just going to jump.
US dollar fell off huge.
Fuck.
Whose alert is that? Is that yours, Zero?
Mine. Yes.
Why do you have it on the handbell?
You are so fucking picky.
Well, because he had it on the chirp, so why does he have two different jingajings?
Two separate alerts.
Hmm.
Why does it sound like that?
Jingajings.
Why is it colored like that?
Answer the question.
All right, what's going on here?
Seems to be
We-
the euro.
We do still have that. We might go break.
Got nada. Nothing.
Dagnabbit for sure.
Well, the Swiss didn't quite do what it was supposed to do.
Nope.
Jesus, that was a hop and a leap at the same time.
Cruise getting stuck.
They took a hefty stop out in it a minute ago.
You did?
Yeah.
I'm canceling my ES trade. This is way too far. Damn it.
Oh, fuck me.
See if we get a 50 print in crude. Oh, I guess we could go a little bit higher, actually. Let me just double check some things. Yeah, we can easily go a little bit higher as well to do a perfect TCA.
That's what I
for
was
London.
hoping for.
Yeah, it's a good call. Ah, fucking ESU ran already without me. If we get back to 1225, maybe we can look for some kind of price action movement to get short in or get long in ES. Again, the game's not that was not the game. The game's tomorrow and Thursday and Friday.
Fuck.
Fuck is right, bro. Fuck is right.
No higher high.
Uh, just tag the 20. It literally just hit 1225 with no fills. You can potentially look for a step back hezzy here if we can kind of sit here for a bit.
I'll be right back.
I'll hold on. In queues falling.
ES cross, but nothing yet. I wouldn't take it yet. It's just falling way too hard. Still nothing in crude. No TCAs. No trades.
Does not
I
look
was
like
asking about the depth of the TCA. When does it become too deep? Hey man, it's fucking me up because I use the handbell for my sound. Well, today was the first time, so okay, I will.
You
Champins.
will, you will what?
Change my sound.
No, it's fine. I changed it already.
To fuck me up.
No, I changed it off the handle because it somehow messes you up, right?
Yeah, appreciate it. That doesn't mess me up. I can bitch into bitch.
Oh man, no TCA. That would have been a decent trade. In a crude. Bonds are dropping. That's not good. Hmm.
Microsoft's turning the bottom now, finally. A little bit.
What is?
Microsoft. It's kind of
Hmm.
falling apart there for a while.
Yeah,
Really.
SMCI is bridging the gap right now as we speak. So that's not very good. 973.67 would be possible resistance.
Yeah, that's a tight little pocket. Seems like it has further to go down.
Yep.
With the chips and everything. That sucks. There's Russell breaking down. There goes everybody else.
Morning, guys.
Good morning.
Have you been watching the Euro USD?
Yeah.
Like, do you know what's happening?
No.
Okay.
The dollar?
We did switch from neutral. We were bullish and then we switched to neutral on it, despite it moving up a lot today. But yeah.
Oh, Euro USD.
Yeah,
Not really.
it's like a crazy move.
Yeah.
That and bonds
Mhm.
and oil, which I've been talking about for like, I don't know, months. But oil is going to go when oil's a rotation up at some point this year.
Sorry, I'm a little bit dead today.
Color the good news. Zero.
Hmm?
Tell
What?
her the good news. Tell Retro the good news.
Oh,
You're just
oh.
saying that.
Wait, you had a,
What?
did you have the baby?
Dude, Harvey, I'm fucking brain dead right now. Yeah, we had the baby.
What? Oh my God,
Yeah,
congrats. You're a
what are you talking
dad.
about?
Oh, Zero. Zero's an official daddy.
I haven't slept in fucking a while, so I'm a little bit tired.
You're not going to sleep for years.
Yeah.
FYI. Wait, so when was the baby born?
4 hours ago?
Oh my God. Good. I caught it. I came right in. I'm not late. I caught the move.
You caught the move.
Oh my God.
I don't think it
So
hit
how's,
me yet.
no,
So-
it hasn't because you're sleep deprived and everything else. Wait, but how's your
Yeah.
wife doing?
She's good.
Everything
She's,
went well, like no issues.
Oh, no issues. Just
Good.
a lot of labor pain, which
Yeah,
is,
that's
I guess
expected.
expected. Yeah. So everything's good. She's clearly happy, saying that she misses the baby already. I'm like, really?
What do you
They're just,
mean? Where's the baby?
they're in the nursery or whatever you know.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I was like, dude, you're just bitching about how painful it is. You missed the baby.
Yeah. Oh, this is so cute.
You still don't even have
did
a
you-
name.
I know. What the hell? Wait, did I tell you Kieran? Did I give you that name?
I knew a Kieran. I used to work not for, but alongside a Kieran, some New Zealand dude. And he was an asshole. So you know how it is. Sometimes when you just associate names with certain people,
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
and I was like,
Absolutely.
fuck.
First of all,
Is that
I
on
gave
mine?
Zero a bunch of amazing, strong, masculine names, and they were all rejected.
By her. Sorry. I liked
No,
them.
it's fine.
I liked well, I mean some of them were, my family, I have a big family.
Has them. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can't use those, but the other ones that I liked, she didn't like it. But I'm most likely gonna veto her because I already told her, it's like, look, you don't understand how it feels like to be named something stupid.
Oh yeah.
And you don't know how guys are. And so I'm just going to lay it out to him. Like, I don't care. We're not naming him as something stupid.
So I also have other names, but this is like more cultural, but they might still
Why?
cross over. Zayd, Zayd. I love that name. I think that can cross over. Also Zane, Zane.
I asked Zane already.
Nile, which you don't spell it like the Nile River, but Nile is a name, but you could spell it like the Nile River if you want to like Americanize it.
Wait, Zayd as in Zayde?
Yes. Well, no E at the end. Zayd. That's like my favorite name of all time.
It means grandfather?
I don't think so. No, it's Arabic. I don't know what it means. But it's not like a strong Arabic name. Like I think Euros have it too. Like it's been, cross pollinated. But that's
I
a really
liked
good
Zane.
name.
She didn't like it. She doesn't want Z's or X's, she says.
Oh, I love Z's. These are really strong.
Yeah. Billy
You want to get
Zane.
picked last?
Yeah,
they
you're gonna be
don't.
picked last your whole fucking life.
No, shut up. No, you go by your last name. Last is first.
Not how it happened in my life.
Hold on, guys. She's calling me.
See? Oh, I changed my name.
What's she gonna do? Ask him what color for the toenail polish or what?
Well, she needs help picking out the fortune teller.
Ah, that's crazy talk. So Retro, you weren't here, but Zero's wife spent $2,000 on a fortune teller to tell her
For
when
what?
to have the baby.
When to have it?
I think so, or something like that. And I was like, I think, I'm not a big God guy, but pretty sure somebody else has got that figured out for you. To just pay somebody $2,000, and well, unless they're a doctor with a knife and a bunch of needles, then you can time it out pretty well.
Wait. So when did she spent this, like, I guess, how many years ago?
That's like a day ago.
Or, yeah, I thought it sounded like a few weeks ago or something. Like in the
Oh,
recent
maybe
past.
a few weeks ago.
Oh, you mean when to like give birth, not to conceive?
Yeah, but she couldn't
Like-
hold it in
I
for a
don't
few
know.
more hours. She was a few hours early. Poor
Oh,
girl.
wait, to like the hour, like deliver your child at midnight this day?
Yes.
Yeah,
Holy
Something like that.
shit.
But the weird
it
part,
cost $2,000.
And I'm
What the
not.
fuck?
I don't want to talk shit because I'm not doing that. But it sounds like the whole reason they did a C-section was trying to like aim for that
Time it.
time.
Oh, and then she couldn't hack the pain,
Yeah, I think so.
so they were like, "Get this fucking baby out of me."
But I might be wrong about that. Retro or
Is she
anybody.
not?
Are C-sections becoming like a common thing that people do by choice instead of
You know, they do it for like, they don't want to mess up their,
yeah, you want to keep everything
know.
pristine.
tight and neat. So that's
Yes.
one of the reasons why people will do it.
So
But
that is
also
one.
to,
I think-
but also to schedule it, right? Like you
Mm-hmm.
don't want to be, like you just want it more scheduled and
Mm-hmm.
have more control over it. And I think that's the other reason. Sometimes it is
There's a lot
for
of medical
safety,
reasons as well, right? Like,
safety reasons. Yeah.
girls just don't. What do they call it? Dilate. They just don't dilate enough.
Yeah. And they can't like, the baby's too big. It's going to be really hard to push
So
it or it's reach or whatever.
I thought that's when I thought they only did it when there was like complications because I thought it caused other complications, but it sounds like it doesn't.
Oh, it's
I
a
know
major
people,
surgery
I
kind
do
of
know.
thing, right? Like you're hacking out a big, like that's like it's like a big surgery thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think like people just like it scheduled. But quite frankly, C-sections are not easy to recover from. It's a lot easier to recover from like just a vaginal birth. Like it's painful. Like I've heard of people like being in like a lot of, because you have to like you have to heal. You know, like when you have like
Well,
a
that's- yeah, that's a
vaginal
wound.
birth, a vaginal birth, you're not
It's
really healing
natural,
from
like
it.
the
You
birth
know?
is natural,
Yeah.
but like the other one's like going to war, like you're taking your guts out. Like
No, they cut everything, and it's like shit.
I don't know. And then you get this, you get the C-section scar. So I don't know why some people, I don't know. Maybe
I think the scar is pretty low though.
better in China. Yeah, yeah.
It's funny. My friend was in China. She's, you know, American, white, and everything, but she was living in China for a number of years. And, you know, she's like in her mid 30s. She doesn't have a boyfriend and she really doesn't want to have children. But when she was in China, like doing her checkups to like the OBGY, this woman was basically like, so, you know, you need to have a baby soon. Like, you're running out of time and you need to have a baby like now. Like, basically, it was just like no American doctor would ever say that to you, right? Like there they have like no qualms or, you know, decorum about talking about like a woman's age and childbirth. And she was just basically looking at her like, what are you doing? Not having any children. You're going to be barren in a couple of years. It was just funny how she went off on her.
It's not if, it's when, Bayman. Is this
I
the
know.
time that Russell level's gonna hold or what?
I'm really upset that I missed that crew trade. Those were two pretty big stops for me. I think I'm down like
No,
600.
that crude trade wasn't as good as you thought.
No, it was actually like I had
I think so.
with regarding what I sent you earlier. There was a lot of confluence with it. I did like it a lot. Which is why I was fighting for it a few times. And I almost took it that third time, like where it would have actually worked. But then I decided to try to wait for Zero's little what does he call it?
Magic.
T STD or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's too dude.
Then it didn't happen. Oh boy, whatever. Today was a losing day. But it's okay. Are you looking to get long and Russell?
Yeah, or something. I don't know. Zero pisses me off from time to time. I wanted the short here on PS or NQ. Well, ES would have been up here at 16s, so I'm a little bit miffed about that. You know, an NQ would have been around 54 or something like that. Like that's
And
Yeah.
you're saying you didn't take it because he was long biased.
yeah, and that's
Mhm.
400 ticks on NQ. I know I'm counting ticks, but fuck off. That's 400 fucking ticks, man. And for the ES, let's just take a shitty entry here at 15. That's running in around 85 ticks now. So, hmm stop thinking about the ticks. Well, I don't think about the ticks until they're all fucking laying there on the table and I didn't get any. Like a big pile of cash. Stop looking at the cash. Well,
I mean-
there's a big pile of it sitting there. What the fuck do you want me to look at?
I mean, you at least picked up a few of them.
Yeah, right? Like you're in the room, you're right there. Just grab them and secretly shove some in your pocket.
I've been left alone with the ticks. Nobody's watching.
Stop leaving me alone with the ticks.
Well, good thing you didn't get Long Russell. That didn't work.
It didn't. Because we're goddamn well short, damn it. Fuck. Like, Jesus, I fucking told them this yesterday when the cop came in. I think I said that's this. Oh, fuck's sakes, man. I'm just gonna listen.
I like that the dude just had a baby and you're angry at him.
I know you need to like.
He didn't
I
have
don't know,
shit.
Harvey.
He stood right next to it. That's like,
He just
fuck,
watched.
he didn't
he-
do shit.
He has emotional
Connection.
responsibilities. No, he has an emotional responsibility
responsibilities.
because he has to deal with fortune tellers, which you know he may have a different opinion about. But
Yeah,
you know how women are. Come on,
I do.
he's got a lot on his plate.
He's at home and she's at the hospital for 5 days.
Yeah, and she's gonna call him every 2 seconds, like I would. Like, why are you home and not servicing me?
Yeah, exactly.
Servicing.
You know how that
Like an
is.
oil change.
Service me.
Yeah, you just bother them because you know you can.
That's a way of phrasing it that I really like. I
Service?
haven't been serviced in 2 miles.
It is because I would do this shit all the time. I'm like, why didn't you get me food? Go get me food.
Yeah. Why-
Go do stuff. Why are you sleeping?
Yeah.
Go do
Yeah.
something.
Why are you sleeping?
Are you resting right now? Are you taking a rest? What's wrong with you?
That's
Yeah,
not-
no, that one's what have you done for me lately? That's that one.
That's every day though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. For like the next, I think I'm on 23 years or something.
Mhm. So you know the drill. You've been trained.
Yeah.
Drill.
Yeah, it's a
Get to it.
life
Get to servicing.
to servicing.
I don't know how ballsy you want to be with this crude thing, but we did get a pullback to the key level.
Key.
So it's kind of like
to the kingdom.
if there's a spot to get in on the short, it's right here.
I don't
But-
know about
But that is short and fucking deep in the hole. And I don't care for that.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to be like that, but we're on a 3-year POC.
I don't see it. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. Oh, actually, kind of. No, I don't. I don't want to be like that.
Do you guys know what Zero was talking about? Like the new tool he has for us or something?
Mm-hmm. What's
Is he gonna?
you know his little daily bias thing? Do you know of that?
Well, I just know that he's no. I mean, I don't know. He just says he has a bias, but
He built a little indicator that just shows you what his bias is for
Bias.
each
Day?
product.
Oh, each product.
It's not hit. Sorry, it's not. I'm not going to call it his daily bias. It is based on indicators or something that he has coded up. It's like, I guess, a good template to build off of for daily bias. I have no idea how he does it. It's probably, I'm going to make something up real quick and say whatever above the 50-day moving average
Right.
with bullish market structure, something or another. It'll just like show a little green bar at the bottom. Here, I will show you.
Yeah.
How about this?
Tried to break his balls about it last night. He's got more than 10 criteria, he said, to go into it.
Oh,
I believe
Jesus.
it. Yeah, I assumed it wasn't something.
Well, it should be a little bit robust.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll send you a picture real quick.
Great. Thanks.
But he's been like working on, I guess, perfecting it over the last.
Right.
Oh fuck, dude! Oh, wow, like 8 months, 6 months.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he says he's just trying to make his life easier.
I
Right.
I
He's
think
doing it.
I think he's trying to automate his system, and he's just starting to realize, though. Well, not starting to realize, but he's starting to realize that he probably can't. There's too many criteria to automate.
I think he
It's
can.
really hard.
Yeah.
It's really hard though. Like
Yeah.
like the way you process it versus like how you would program it is super hard.
Exactly.
Oh, so do those lines mean, is it the boxes that give you the sentiment or the horizontal red lines and green lines?
Oh, the boxes are just
Yeah,
sessions. The boxes are just like New York session, Asia's session.
Oh, yeah. So it's the horizontal lines.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, at the bottom and the top.
green
Then
means
what's the-
bullish, red means bearish, blue and gray mean like don't fucks
Neutral.
with it. Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Well,
Harvey, I'd like to apologize.
what? Why?
I don't know where your data came from, but it lines up with mine for that POC.
Oh,
It's right.
well, we walked right through it. So,
No, I'm just saying, like, I think I said something about no, there's
my
not.
trading view sucks. And
Yeah.
yours is better.
Yes,
I
that's
heard
kind of
you.
what I was getting at, and I'm apologizing for that.
Hey, trading view sucks. And I'm like, well, I got it all tweaked just right. Like, so fuck you.
Right, like,
Wow.
we're getting that pullback in oil, but let's see if that confluent thing we
Yeah.
were talking about.
That's a pullback. Jesus Louise.
Zero's out. He's getting some sleepy time.
He's a sleepy little man. Shit. I might.
Russell might be. What did he just quit? He quit.
Did he really?
He's getting yelled at.
I'm gonna make sure.
He's getting yelled at.
I'm gonna
Yeah, I don't
send.
even know why he even. Yeah,
I don't either, dude.
they're not coming in and telling us that he, like he was. He didn't even tell us right away.
Really? How did you
Yeah.
get that? He just mentioned it casually, like, oh, by the way.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
yeah.
by the way, I just got back from. Oh no, Bayman said, "Well, what happened at the hospital? Is everything okay?" Oh yeah, we had the baby. What the?
Yesterday he said he was gonna be out today because he was doing something, and then today he said he'd been at the hospital all day, and then finally after like an hour, I was like, "Oh shit, what happened at the hospital?" Oh, nothing, no big deal. Nothing.
No
happened.
biggie.
I just had a baby is all.
Yeah, just bye.
It just had a human enter the world, but
Yeah, exactly. Especially
Who
in the
has-
Republic of China. That's probably a big deal.
Who has no name. It's a nameless.
name 5468921 is the name.
That's dark. That's where we're heading in the world. Oh man.
Aiden. Aiden's a good name. Did you consider that? I gave him so many names. I'm like, you know what? If you're not going to use any one of these names, then
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
you're just going to come up
That's
with a
like home
shitty name.
inspection. Yeah, it's just like a home inspection. That's why I stopped doing them. It's annoying.
I mean, we've
Tell
all
you your house is fucked, and then I ask you at the end, has my report influenced your idea, your decision to buy or, continue with this house? And they're like, yeah, we love the house. And I'm like, I just told you it's fucked. But we love it. And I'm like, yeah, but I told you it's fucked.
you got like a
And then
year.
I'm like, fuck it. I'm done. I don't care. Don't be coming knocking on my door when you got problems with your stupid names.
Boy.
It does actually genuinely bum me out though that he was very much going to consider Anakin and she shot it down. Like that was on
Yeah,
like, the
Anakin's a good one too.
that was on
Anakin's
the
not
top
bad.
10 list.
But I mean, it is a pretty, I don't know.
No, it's
I don't
it's
know. That's
they're going to pop.
movie.
No, but not everybody goes back to Anakin Skywalker.
Oh, they do. They do.
No, I think that okay. You have to ask.
Absolutely.
No, we're a different generation than like the generation this
that's
kid's going to
true,
be
too.
raised in. So you have to ask like teenagers right now what they think of Anakin. If you're,
I
because
will
they're not going to know. I don't know any teens that you could ask. Actually, I
Little
can ask.
Amy.
This is what the world currently views as Anakin. This is just the front page of the internet is all this is. There you go. Here, I'll even type it in on what do new kids use? TikTok? Can you Google stuff on
TikTok.
TikTok?
Yeah. Put in Anakin on TikTok.
TikTok.
Yeah, so he's named after a warrior. Like this is a great character
It's
to
a
be
great
named
one.
after.
Yes. Yeah, and he's a good guy. Like he goes through a lot of shit in his life, and he turns out, even despite all that, he is a good person deep down and strong.
Yeah.
How do you? I don't even know. How do I use TikTok? TikTok. No, I don't want to log in.
Hey, what the fuck, man? Now I'm trying to catch a bottom out of here. What the fuck am I doing? What the fuck, man? So fucking stupid.
This does look like a bottom.
I know, but it's like, you really think it's not gonna just fucking flush out more?
I might have another flush, but it looks like this is the bottom area.
All right, I'm done on that mission. I tried looking at it on the TikTok, but it makes me make an account, and I'm not doing that right now. I hope you all are not disappointed in me.
TikTok's like
I don't even know
terrible.
how to do TikTok.
Oh God. You guys.
Well, I typed it in, so I thought it'd be like a website that I could like search, like YouTube.
Yeah.
And it gave me the option to continue as guest, and I clicked one thing, and then it said, nope, you have to log in.
Let me see if I can look it up.
Of course, that got it.
Yeah. Let me see. Anakin.
I bet
Oh
Red
shit.
Skull-
Anakin Skywalker is the first thing that comes up.
Yeah.
It's okay though.
No, it is. It's still a great name. I'm not saying it's not. Let's not kid ourselves. That is where everybody's mind is going to go to. Like their spirit.
Yeah.
And it's still a thing. Like even on today's kids, they're still watching Star Wars. I hope, if they're being raised right.
If they're being raised right.
I mean, my son is.
I think Star Wars is great.
He was watching Star Wars before he could walk. We
There's that
yes,
thingy in the crude.
yes. The STD is among us.
The STD is upon us, but I mean, I have a level.
I don't.
To be honest with you, these levels are all over the goddamn place, man. Like, oh, do you got that level? Do you got this level? What level? This level? That level? I don't fuck.
Fuck. No, come back.
There's levels. Oh no,
Too
actually,
many
I don't have
levels.
that level. And Bayman's like, oh yeah, did you see where the bottom ones with the? Yeah, that's where. Yeah, okay. So I'm just gonna start putting levels there.
You know why I say that though, right? Because it's what he
Why?
says.
Yeah.
Because like anytime something bounces a level, he's like, "You see where so and so was? Oh,
exactly.
I
So I have a level at 09.
I have one. Or is that a major level? Because
It
I have
still
one
is.
of my levels at around 04, but that's not a major
04.
level. It's more of an area. There's an area up here, and this is the bottom of the area. Actually, no. This is the bottom.
Something to actually look at was actually the Dow Jones. The Dow Jones closed their gap right on top of this pivot of crude. Pretty interesting. I've been watching that. I guess it's a shame that my target from yesterday, like I don't know, I guess you could have held, if you're gonna hold overnight, could have held one for these two moving averages or major levels below here, right where we hit. Oh, look at that, it went down more. Fuck.
I think it's still settling here though
Mm-hmm.
for reverse.
Not even at 11 o'clock or whatever, right? But that is, look at
Yeah.
that. You could throw a rock at these levels. Look at that, Russell.
The bonds did. I've been watching bonds and then I missed it. I'm annoyed because I want to catch like a good bond move this year.
Catch a good bond move.
There's gonna be a good one because it's just like it's so ready to pop.
Long? Like you're trying to get long?
Yeah, long.
Yeah, I
Like
feel
this
like
is the move. Like you just see what it did over the last few days, but
Mhm.
or I missed it. But this type of move.
Gap up and then yeah.
And then you get like the spike up like today.
Yeah, that was
So we gotta wait for it again to set up.
what the mother-
we are approaching the top of my area. Oh boy. Oh boy.
oh man.
Oh boy.
You know what's holding up
Looking for
in this?
crude?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead, Rachel.
What is holding up is PG because it's in a rotation. I've traded this a few times, so I've had my eye on this. Like these are the counter rotations this year. It's a consumer staples Consumer staples are the counter rotation, and so is energy so far.
What did
Eventually, bonds
yeah,
will get there. Yeah, Target had earnings, but Target is a mix.
So they're up.
Right? But Target had really great earnings. So that shows you strong
12%.
consumers sentiment. No.
They're up
I'm also watching Dollar General, you know, I'm on that. They're going to have earnings in a couple of weeks. That's going to be important.
MicroStrategy Inc.
Oh, they're a monster. Did you see Bitcoin hit 69, the magic number, all-time high?
Is that a magic number? 69?
Did it really?
69 is the number,
Oh,
don't you know, Harvey?
It's the big. Oh, that's the high of the high of the high.
But it's also 69.
But it's also happiness. It's happiness in a number.
Happiness. in
It's
a
all
number.
sorts of things.
It's everything that you're looking for.
Harvey's been married.
Everything.
Dang.
Hey, Timmy.
You're,
Timmy walks right into a 69 combo.
Yes.
Nice.
yes.
Nice.
The journey
Yes.
of David.
He's like, yes, I'm here. We
Where
were
you
saying
went.
Bitcoin. Shut up. We're talking about Bitcoin hitting 69,000, which is its all-time high.
Yeah.
And MicroStrategy is selling shares again so that they could buy more Bitcoin again.
Well, he is clinically insane, isn't he? So
But you got to be crazy to make it. So
I guess so. Wow, there's still sellers down here.
There are sellers everywhere. I'm surrounded by them.
Me no likey. Oof. Who's long Bitcoin then? Retro, you?
I have a little bit of Bitcoin. I mostly have Ether.
Mhm. Well,
But most of my, and I have a little bit of Doge. Because, you know, you have to.
yes, yes, of course.
For good measure.
To
Throw
the
in some
moon.
Doge.
To the moon.
Is Mr. Muskie? Is he still really into Doge or
Elmo.
involved?
He hasn't like said anything of late, but you know what's in the rumorville is X moving to some sort of like a payment platform, and they would use obviously crypto for that. You know, like kind of like a Venmo type of thing. I believe that's in the works, so that obviously will have an effect.
Well,
That's a long-term planning, but yeah.
Who's going to even use it if you have to pay for it?
No. Payment exchange, like what do you call it?
Oh, gotcha. Like Zelle or whatever.
Yeah.
Or a Cash App kind of thing.
Just
Gotcha.
Yeah, Cash App. Yeah. Which kind of makes sense because if you think about like all the creators that are on there and they have their like buy me coffee links,
Mhm.
you cut them out and have your, you know, let X take a cut of all those transactions. It's actually, I think it's a smart move.
Timmy?
Hmm?
I'm sorry, Retro. Did you look at your Timmy is God spread?
No, I haven't, but you wrote something.
I think it's setting up. At some point today, it's going to unwind, but
Yeah.
I have now stopped out twice trying to get on it.
But to be honest, where did you use it? I don't see it at all.
Oh, you don't see no. So yours did not hook up, or it didn't match up perfectly. Like it didn't do what you would consider the trigger. But Zero was looking for a short this morning in crude. So that was kind of my confluence. I'll send you a picture of where I was. I was using it at 9:45 Eastern, which you did have the spread making extremes. Oil was not making extremes, but it was still confluent. Like the structure of it was there. If you were already looking for a short, it was just another thing to lean on.
Wait. Let me get New York time, yes?
Yes. 15 minutes after the open.
Not very extreme
Oh,
reading.
but the long fired when I. Yeah, look at our Bobby was good still.
Well, yeah, and the crude trade worked out still. I'm not saying like it triggered. I'm saying
Yeah.
it was confluent. Like the structure of it was right. If you were going to pick a direction
Okay, so
oil at that moment,
so
it
the
was.
idea of the thing actually is okay. So then so the idea of the thing works.
Yes,
So I'm
Of
cool.
course it works. It's a Timmy spread. Hello?
it's a Timmy spread, fellas.
What? I didn't get the Timmy special spread.
No,
Yeah, share it with
no.
Metro. See what she. Yeah.
Okay. Do I have to do it? I've just come home. I haven't even.
No,
No, you don't have to. It's okay.
No. Come on.
No, you can relax.
I
Timmy.
shall do it nonetheless.
Timmy says if anybody's gonna share my master creation,
It's gonna be me. I want all the laurels. So okay. Ching.
What was it?
Hop on, Riders of Theodine. This is a blood day.
Okay.
A
All
red
right.
day. And the sun rises.
Oh fuck! Look at that! I am blessed.
now I gotta find the gift.
Okay.
All right, let's go. What do we got?
Okay. What we got first of all is the crack spread.
That's
RB.
Russell to crude.
No, that's RB. That's
What's R3?
RBOB. RBOB.
Say what?
RBOB. Gasoline.
RB?
RBOB, so it's RB, yeah, RB.
What is RB?
Oh my goodness.
Barbob.
It's
Gasoline.
gasoline future.
Gasoline.
Yeah,
So the whole
gasoline futures.
So the whole idea, Retro, is that we are doing a value trade. So RBOB and gasoline, RBOB, gasoline, and oil have an intrinsic relationship like no other, right?
Yes.
Only one is needed for the other. So intrinsic relationship. So when one gets to an extreme, it will have an effect on the other ones. Without a doubt. So what I've done, I've put on, which is actually down here somewhere, the crack spread, RBOB, divided by CL, and then put an RSI on it. The RSI for RBOB and gasoline is the green one. I've then the RBOB RSI and the CL RSI. And what we are looking for basically is an extreme reading where the spreads RSI is on one end.
I like this.
Yes.
Yeah.
The CL one.
This is smart.
The CL one on another one. And you want CL and RBOB on one side of the extreme and the spread of the other side of the extreme. And you want a spread between the CL RSI and the RBOB RSI, because then you really know that there is a value mismatch.
Yeah.
And then you can play the opposite side.
Crude's setting up for the short.
And there are countless examples.
So let me see the price action for that, because I can't see it when.
So price action here is on the right.
Oh, it's over. Okay.
CL on the right. Let me find your prime example.
So do you have to go from like contraction to expansion? Like how do you trade?
Spread
Like
would.
do you trade it?
The spread would contract and expand,
Yeah.
if that's what you're saying. Or are you talking about
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. But I guess like, are you saying like you would here? Just scroll to the left when it's like all bunched up together.
So
Let's find an example. We'll keep going left. Like you see, this is an expansion, but then go. I guess where is it really, really tight? Like all of it bunched up.
here.
Oh, right here. Yeah.
Yeah.
So here it goes flat. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And
Look at the time of
interesting.
day. What time of day is that?
Yeah, Asia.
That's all Asia, right? Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then
And you'll see it in the price action too. The price action will get all tight and stupid as well.
Yeah. Let me find you a nice example. There should be one coming up. No.
and why do you use RB versus like say natural gas, like NG?
Natural gas comes from the ground. It's a different product.
Oh, this is like the processed.
That's the gasoline, right? Yeah, it's processed.
Got
crude,
it.
right? So
Processed
crude
Yeah.
food, yeah.
makes gasolines, right?
Yeah.
You could use other gasolines. You could use diesel. You could use heating oil. You could use
Okay.
Yeah, I get
fuel,
it.
You could use rocket
Yeah.
fuel. Like you could use any type of thing that's being distilled from that top product.
From the
The top
initial,
product, yeah, is
yeah.
the crude, right?
So, not a perfect example because you would like to have those two higher and the crack spreads RSI even lower, but it still basically works. You have a nice spread between the two. You've got an extreme on the spread, and you can take it CL back short to the downside. But there was even a better example. It should come up now.
Oh, there's one sitting up
Yeah,
right now
see-
that I missed. If we
What
get
time frame are you looking to me?
15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, so as far as my settings go, Bayman, your short on crude isn't ready.
No, it's not. But if you're trying to do that TCA thing and you're
Well,
short,
that's what I mean. You got to line all of this up, right? So
Yeah.
maybe it's just not a good trade. Right? Maybe it's, I don't know.
Somewhat,
I think
somewhat
it
of a
is.
setup, but not perfect.
it is.
I think we got a decent setup here because the spread is so over the momentum line.
Yeah.
Kinda wish
And
I
we've
could
got
use
a
micro
We've
crude.
got a nice spread here between RBOB and CL. So nice mismatch.
This is pretty good.
This
How'd you come
even-
up with this?
Okay. No, I didn't steal it.
He
You could
borrowed
steal it.
I
It's
borrowed
fine.
it. No, it's actually from a British investment banker that lives in New York. And yeah, he somehow pitied me and gave me something. You want something you can make definite money off the rest of your life? I give it to you. Yeah. So,
But he talked about this spread, but couldn't you do the similar approach?
yes,
Yeah. But is
yes.
this what he told you that he does?
told me that
RB.
yes, because of the intrinsic relationship. You need the
Yeah,
intrinsic
yeah.
relationship of the two markets.
Between the two
really-
products, yeah.
Yes. If that's not there,
I like this.
you
Yeah.
cannot really use it.
It makes a lot of sense.
Oh, look at this one here.
Well, now that I'm thinking about it, let's really think about this. Why can't we use Walmart, Target, XLS or XLP?
That's all the same. It's not
Yeah.
no, but it's not it's not
People
as
do that.
clean.
Harvey, people do
What?
that.
Really?
Well, maybe it's like you need to pick
People do that?
yeah, we
Yeah,
have
it's
to
a value trade.
look.
That's quite common. Like it's like doing Microsoft Apple.
Microsoft, Apple, XLY, or what is it? XLK?
I'm sorry. So why are you bringing the ETF into it?
Because that's like the underlying. That would be the third in the spread.
But you just need 2.
Yeah, you would
This
just
is
do the spread
10.
between Microsoft and Apple.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if the whole set, well, whatever. This you're not going with Timmy's idea of going with the triple. Then
No, that is the triple.
that's the
Emmy's idea is
No,
using the spread.
he has 3 RSIs, but he has 2 products.
Yes.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So then you would
Yeah.
divided by target. See, that's
Yes.
not gonna.
There you go.
Yeah, so I think-
at all.
Why not?
Yeah. No. I think I wonder if you could, Timmy, what if you did this with like the chips? Like, you know how there's like AMD, well, not AMD, like TSM, which is
Intel.
like, or TSM. Like TSM makes the chips for
MU.
Apple, for NVIDIA, for all these people. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I know what you mean. This
Could you
might
do
very
it
well
like
work.
that?
I've just looked at this one. I've been told
Right.
this one like a few days ago, and I've already come running here to you.
So I looked at dollar.
Spilling the beans.
Yeah, basically. I've got
I looked at
something.
dollar and gold. You just have to use it a lot differently. And I looked at ES and Dow, and it didn't work at all.
Well, what did Zero say? Did Zero have any relationships that he thought were good?
It's a secret.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know yet.
What the fuck? You kept
well-
it from Zero?
Yeah, didn't have a chance yet. I basically told Bayman and the rest like yesterday. So
Bitcoin's dumping, boy. There you go, Bitcoin. Go blow your kites.
Hey,
Zero does
chill.
this thing where we think we have a great idea, and then we tell them. And
Yeah.
And he
Yeah,
said
no,
he shoots it down.
He did. He
Basically-
did that the other day. He shot it down the other day, didn't he? He was like, "Yeah."
no, that was numbers.
Who was?
I told it
Oh,
numbers.
I was
Numbers.
gonna say it's numbers because numbers
What's-
shoots down everything.
What's
It's just
what's
like,
the
Yeah, no.
Numbers is like Debbie Downer. You come to him with like a great idea, and he's like,
no. He
Debbie
said,
Downer.
"Well, that's the lowest hanging fruit of them all." He was basically
Oh,
at verbatim.
I didn't understand what's
Verbatim,
wrong
that's
with
the
being the
lowest
lowest
hanging
well,
fruit.
what's wrong with that?
Yes, basically.
Right? Like,
I
I
asked.
just need some fruit. I don't care if it's the bottom fruit.
I don't care if it's rotten fruit.
So
Oh my god, he heard us. He heard us. He heard us.
you heard all. Oh wait, before we get into it with numbers, 1 second. If you look at crude right now, I know both y'all shooting down my idea of it not being ready, but it doesn't have to be 100% ready. If your setup is there and it lines up, it can still work well. Like it's like a confluent thing. It doesn't have to both be
Wait, what?
sold and overbought.
Yeah.
Wait, say that
you
again?
had a
one
great.
I'll pull it up. I'll do my screen share thing. How do I do that? There we go.
I forgot to. I didn't forget. I actually left this on, and I actually added to it.
1 second. You go away. If you pull up that already is CL. So right now, like earlier today, or in the last 15 minutes, though oil was not overbought, the spread was oversold, and also the structure of these two, because you have to have oil being more overbought than RBOB. So the structure was there, the spread was oversold. And if you were already having a short thesis and trying to get short or crude or whatever, and we had the setup here, that just acts as confluence and another reason to get into it. So I'm just saying that maybe you wouldn't want that if it's not totally set up. You wouldn't want to use this halfway setup as a trade, but if you were already wanting to take the trade, it's another reason to be confident about it. I missed it. I was trying to get
the indicator.
do it.
Yeah, you're talking about the indicator that we're talking about.
Yeah. but y'all were both shooting it down because it's saying it wasn't ready. And I was just saying, if you're already short, it adds confluence. I did not get it though. We didn't pull back enough for me, which really sucks.
Well, I'm just the timing, right? So like, give me another 15 minutes, and you might have your timing. Is what I'm suggesting, right? On with the way I'm looking at it, like maybe 2 more candles or something, and we might have what you're looking for, right? So if we can get it to pull back and switch, then it might be perfect, right? Like I'm just saying at that exact moment of the TCA, the line break, the major level, it, wasn't exactly perfect. So if we can get this to pull back up now to 79.05 or whatever, or 79 flat, and then the thing, yeah, I agree. Like it could just be another level or layer of confluence.
Yeah,
It is lining up. Like it's not as good as the other day.
No.
That major level that you hit, that was fucking pretty sweet. But it's still lining up, nonetheless, right?
Yeah. No, I'm just saying I love it. Like
I don't know.
I
We
fucking
did hit
love
that. We did hit that lower major level though, and bounce right off of it. I don't know.
On ETH.
Yeah, it was like right at open at 8:30 in the morning, right? So like that's kind of makes it a little more powerful as well. If you were to actually look at these levels, the way that.
Oh, you're talking about yesterday. Are you talking about yesterday or today?
05 today at 8:30 in the morning Eastern.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. ETH. Yes. Gotcha. Or before New York session.
Well, but it's like crude open, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
I gotcha.
because it did all that on top of that open, that makes it, in my opinion, more powerful. Right. And then we just tore through the next one. So we back checked the next one. We didn't come back and back check the original. Blew right through it. So that other one that's in the middle here, whatever this one is, that bullshit 18 that I never had, it just blew right through it. And now it's going to attack this other one, right? So unless it stays below the 79, I don't know. This could be the transfer to go higher. Like, you know what I mean? Like the little swing is over, right? I don't know. The pullback is over, right? And we're gonna go higher pricing, maybe to like 82 or whatever, 86. Goddamn, the moon.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm bummed out I missed that.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. No, numbers. We were so yesterday when or maybe it was yesterday when Timmy was asking you about like the value trading and stuff, you said you've never done it, you don't like the idea of it because it was low hanging fruit.
Has
Why?
anybody become best friends with Claude yet?
Who's Claude?
Claude 3. Probably
Godfather?
it's Anthropic's most recent large language model, which is substantially better than GPT-4 Turbo or Gemini 1.5 Pro. I've been pretty much using it nonstop.
Good talk.
Who made
Anthropic.
Who's that? What's that?
Anthropic Labs. It's another it's a large LLM company. Their priority has been enterprise clients.
What's an enterprise client? Jesus, man.
Corporations. What the hell?
Okay.
It's like non-retail. So think about businesses like Microsoft, Nvidia, whomever.
It's
We're the
primarily
big
intended for
money. It's big money, basically, enterprise.
Okay. Well,
and they primarily use it. It's
it's intended to be almost entirely for research purposes, whether that's financial research, drug discovery, anything else. But you can literally feed it academic papers into it for finance, and it is able to interpret the majority of math quite well and create Python functions. So I've been using it for feature creation pretty much since late last night into this morning, and it's great. It's not too expensive either. You could easily run up $300-400 a month, but that's not that bad. Timmy, for some reason, I see you. Do your parents ever consider naming you Claude?
He sounds like a Claude.
Claude Van Damme? Yes.
Yeah.
I can do the splits like Claude. You know what I'm talking about,
What?
right?
Yeah,
Yo,
yeah.
guys. Yeah. You should know that. Actually, it's quite an internet meme. It's lovely, though.
Kind of use that for the crack spread too.
Great ad, man. Great fucking ad.
Is that on TradingView, Timmy?
What
What was that? What were you showing? Like, what platform was that?
TradingView? You can get it from Piotr. He has it on Sierra Chat. If
Oh,
you-
he already. Would you have it on TradingView too? What has the layout on TradingView?
You need to have a triple R sign. There's some way to overlay it. I've got a script to have 3 and 1 indicator. Can give you the source code if you want.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
There you go.
I forgot all about Enya, and now I'm so excited to go on an Enya craze. Enya, that's all I'm gonna be listening to for like the next 3 days.
So like Nunya?
No, you know who Enya is.
The singer?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about her.
I did too until I just watched that ad, and now the ad reminded me all about her. Am I the only one that ever went through an Enya phase, like a fairy?
What? Yeah. Yeah. You're the only one.
Like back when I used to drop a bunch of acid, that was like my favorite thing to listen to ever.
Yeah, it was like trippy music, if I recall.
Yeah, she would make you feel like you're like a little fucking forest sprite hopping through the meadow. I remember, oh, dude, good memories. Yeah. I remember this one time, me and my girlfriend at the time, we like went hiking in like this national park, and we didn't drop too much, but we were definitely elevated. And we were listening to Enya, and there were like mushrooms growing out from the bottoms of all the trees and shit. And like me and her were just like jogging and laughing, and it was just great. Just good times all around. And then we like stumbled onto somebody's property. Like somebody had like a
And
farm,
got shot.
and we didn't know that it was a farm. So we like set up camp like on this dude's property, and like set up the tent, and we were just chilling there. And all of a sudden, like
Oh, he
around
loved
like
that.
9 a.m. the next morning, we hear like a monster coming at us. So we get out the tent, and this dude's driving a tractor like straight towards us, and he's like 100 feet away.
My God.
And he was actually really cool. I apologized, and he was like, "Oh no, I'm just glad somebody's enjoying my land."
Nice.
But we still left after that.
Well, that's
All
better
because
than
of
being
Minion.
shot at.
All because
Yeah, at least he didn't pull out a shotgun.
Oh, shotgun. Don't you guys are... Isn't that like, I don't know, bringing a knife to a gunfight, a shotgun?
These days, yeah.
I've got my private tank over here.
in case that's not enough Enya for you, let me get you one more.
Yeah, let's counter this with something funky, huh?
Here's one more. Ooh, that looks even more gay. Let me see. It says it's unavailable. Why is it unavailable? Is this
It's
porn?
banned. It's banned in
Oh, I
the
love
US.
this song. I do know this song.
See, the scenario in Crude is working out perfectly.
Crude?
The indicator's not, but the scenario that I kind of laid out make it
Mhm.
work. Potentially.
Make it work. I like the way you think.
I don't
As long as yeah, if you don't exit the position, is really ever a loser? No, it's not realized.
We can make it work.
Yeah, no stops.
Popo, we need more Momo. I'm sorry, one of my colleague just left us today, and or not just left us, but he had his, bye-bye.
Says in he died.
No. We just had a few, like, what's it called in English, actually?
Drinks?
Sparkling wine.
Shots.
One or two or three.
Shots. It's
Four.
pronounced shots.
Nah, didn't do shots. But I haven't eaten.
What did he go on to some better place?
Yes. He
I'm gonna
left
assume
us.
if he went
he
on to a
left us
better
money.
place, he's gone to paradise. He's left the planet and gone to paradise, so he's a jihadist. Interesting. You're a true believer in Allah.
Well, not quite, but
That's not what these people believe.
What?
you believe what you want. No. We have Muslims? Yeah, we have Muslims in the community, of course. Yes.
Fucking really?
Yeah, lots of them, actually.
Bayman, what kind of
Who's confused here?
Me. I'm baffled. I thought they scared everybody away.
No.
what are you
Who,
talking
Germany?
about?
And we have the lovely ones, those who are nice.
It's because they know what'll happen if they're
They're
not.
yeah, they're
No.
all asylum seekers, seeking refugee.
No. Not gonna have this
Don't- you don't-
conversation.
You don't want to thank Angela Merkel.
Anything. No. These are very well respected, educated people. I only know those. I don't know the rest of them.
Yeah, but you're not going to thank Angela Merkel for allocating all of your tax dollars, well, not all of them, but a good percentage, towards weakening a pre-existing strong social welfare state. Oh, interesting.
Okay, I got a good one. I like to quote Angela Merkel by letter, and I haven't found a better way to to insult her.
She said, and I quote.
need to eat something probably. Only.
Hmm.
So, are we going back up again on ES or what?
He's just looking at that.
Probably.
Fuck.
Or just like a mean reversion up.
Police.
Yeah, kind of wanted that 95 there, but I didn't take it on the E ES.
Retro.
Yes.
So what do we do when we see tweeties on the Twitter?
Tweeties?
Tweeties on the Twitter from now on?
What's tweeties?
Like titty?
The
No,
twats,
tweet.
The twats.
The towards the X's.
There is a lot
What
of
about
twats
that?
going on right now.
The twats on the Twitter. The posts on the
What do you
Twitter.
mean? What about them?
We're gonna check them for what?
Oh, hold on. Did that thing get community noted? Because I didn't see a community note on that.
Yeah,
Unless,
because
Because
why
what?
would you?
what do you mean? Everything gets community noted. They love doing shit.
No. There's tons
Oh.
of shit that's not true on Twitter that's still on there without a community notice.
I still think it's true. It is true though. It just was a different time and place.
Yeah, it was true. The idiots had a failed rocket.
So it was true. So what's wrong with that?
Yeah, well, it's
I just had the wrong region, but you know, other than that, it was true.
I can't have self-sabotaging joke. Well, there's a good joke actually about the German military. When there's attack, the Bundeswehr is there to delay the enemy at the borders until military shows up.
Till the real people come.
Yes. But no, what's actually scary, a good mate of mine was stationed in Ramstein with the US military. And he told me stories about the nukes just laying around, nobody cares. And if he wanted, he could actually legitimately have taken one and gotten away with it.
What?
Yes. Yes.
Oh my god. That's fucked up.
Harvey.
Yeah, just a second. I was working. Oh, Twitter's.
Yeah, I want to show you. So this is my home screen.
Okay.
Like, I just pulled up Twitter and this is my home screen. You ready?
Oh wait.
Yeah.
Hold on. I want to see.
You ready?
Okay. Yeah, ready.
This is my home screen. And more Harvey. There you go. Look at Harvey.
Look at this guy spamming.
Do you see that one? See that last post there?
Where's the liquidity?
Stifler?
Liquidity.
Do you see You know what that one was?
Hmm.
When
What?
I got past 0. I have
Oh.
more followers than 0 now.
Do you?
I do.
You mean you have more bots than 0?
Yeah, exactly.
He has more
That's what the
bots.
race is. I do. I have more bots.
I just love that pretty much all I do on Twitter is Harvey. Like I don't do anything else other than comment. Oh no, yeah,
Oh, you've got Fat Cat.
there we go. All right, now we're past Harvey. I'm sorry. That's all you get. You only got 20 posts. That was all. It was just
funny.
So what were y'all saying is going on with the Twitter?
Oh, Retro has to answer you.
Oh, stop it. Nothing
this on-
happened.
Is this on
Nothing
mic break?
happened. All is fine.
I just
in
call.
the
I
Twitch
was
world.
just, highlighting to Timmy his people from from apparently 2018. But that's immaterial. That's not important.
Yes.
What's important is what he
The
knows what they do.
abundance of incompetence.
Yeah. They're just blowing up their own ship. These
Did you
Germans.
hear about the well, if anybody did, it was you, Retro. Did you hear about the ship that sank?
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
They're just
They just let it go.
a bunch of telecommunication lines were screwed up at the bottom as well, eh? Did you hear about
Yeah,
that?
they were
So,
blaming the Houthis for that, but they're like, we didn't do anything. So I don't know what that's all about.
my mom's bitching too. There's that major level Bayman in crude.
Oh,
shit.
this is so good.
It is dude, it's fantastic.
This
It's
is
one-
just
It's one of
gold.
my favorites.
Well, it fell off. Well, see, normally it doesn't.
It's not
Fall
supposed
off.
to do that.
It's not supposed to do that.
Hold up, Harvey. You said we have a major level right here in crude. I didn't know that.
That's news to me.
Are you shitting me?
Oh, no.
So,
I'm
Where-
not.
right here? Right here?
09. I have 09.
Oh 09. Okay, that's good to know.
Since when?
That's why I thought, yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to say. He
That
throws
that's
those
why
out
you
there
said
all
pull back to there earlier. Gotcha.
exactly.
I miss.
Oh, wait. I think I have. No, I don't.
The
Never mind.
09, you know what makes it really impressive? It actually lines up at the top of the gap hole.
That makes it really impressive.
Yeah, I know. I'm to Twitter.
Yeah, but now the Timmy is God spread doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, I know.
Like the setup's gone, or the confluence is no more.
Yeah.
Uh,
Timmy wasn't right anyway, so
You can't trust the Germans.
can't trust the
Mhm.
Germans. Straight up like that.
That's what I've been trying to say.
That's how it is.
okay. No more fancy strategies for you guys.
Bottom hanging fruit strategies. Thanks for bringing it over. This is like a cake that fell on the ground. Thanks for bringing it. The fuck?
Why did you even bring it?
It's the pizza. It's upside down pizza. It's good.
Twitter.
Gonna get me some upside down pizza. Yeah. Now what? It's gonna dump out again? Oh, look at that. That's amazing. It goes up and then it comes back down. It's that London close. kind of just chewing away sideways more than anything here.
Chewing.
We did get on top of that Russell major level.
Well, because the front fell off. No cardboard derivatives. This is so good. Cardboard's out. Cardboard's out.
Great, dude.
Senator Collins, thanks for coming in.
It's a great pleasure, thank you.
This ship that was involved in the incident off Western Australia this week.
Yeah, the one the front fell off?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not very typical. I'd like to make that point.
Well, how is it untypical?
Well, there are a lot of
A
these
wave
ships going
hit it.
around the world all the time, and very seldom does anything like this happen. I just don't want people thinking that tankers aren't safe.
Was this tanker safe?
Well, I was thinking more about the other ones.
The ones that are safe?
Yeah, the ones the front doesn't fall off.
Well, if this wasn't safe, why did it have 80,000 tonnes of oil on it?
Well, I'm not saying it wasn't safe. It's just perhaps not quite as safe as some of the other ones.
Why?
Well, some of them are built so the front doesn't fall off at all.
Well, wasn't this built so the front wouldn't fall off?
Well, obviously not.
How do you know?
Well, because the front fell off and 20,000 tonnes of crude oil spilled into the sea caught fire. It's a bit of a giveaway. I just like to make the point that that is not normal.
Well, what sort of
And
standards are these
20,000
oil tankers built
tons
to?
of
Oh, very
oil.
rigorous maritime engineering standards.
What sort of thing?
Well, the front's not supposed to fall off for a start.
And what other things?
Well, there are regulations governing the materials that they can be made of.
What materials?
Well, cardboard's out.
That is a good one.
And?
No cardboard derivatives.
Like paper?
No paper. No string. No sellotape.
Rubber?
No, rubber's out. They've got to have a steering wheel. There's a minimum crew requirement.
What's the minimum crew?
Oh, one, I suppose.
So the allegations that they're just designed to carry as much oil as possible,
Oh,
the hell with the
ludicrous.
consequences, I mean, that's ludicrous. isn't it?
Absolutely ludicrous. These are very, very strong vessels.
So what happened in this case?
Well, the front fell off in this case by all means, but it's very unusual.
But Senator Collins, why did the front book fall off?
Well, a wave hit it.
A wave hit it?
A wave hit the ship.
Is that unusual?
Oh, yeah. At sea,
Turbo
chance for
remix.
millions.
So what do you do to protect the environment?
Well,
This is even
the ship was
faster than
towed
the
outside
original.
the environment.
Into another environment?
Yes.
No, it's been towed beyond the environment. It's
Yes,
not
but
in the
into a-
environment.
No, but from one environment to
You
another
might
environment.
like
No,
this
it's beyond the environment. It's not in an environment. It
Well,
has
it
been
must be
towed
somewhere.
beyond the environment.
Well, what's out there?
Nothing's out there.
Well, there must be something out
There
there.
is nothing out there. All there is sea and birds and fish
And?
and 20,000 tonnes of crude oil
And what else?
and a fire
And anything else?
and the part of the ship that the front fell off. But there's nothing else out there.
Senator Collins, thanks for
It's a
joining
complete void.
us. Yeah, we're out of
The
time.
environment's perfectly safe. We're out of time?
Yeah.
Can you book me a cab?
It's not that typical.
But didn't you come in a Commonwealth car?
Yes, I did. But
What happened?
no, the front fell off.
What is this, music? Oh, Jesus.
It's Turbo Remix.
Who is with you guys in that Ramstein music? Du Haas.
This is not
Du
fucking
Haas
metal.
Niche.
That's not fucking metal, man.
Du Haas. That reminds me of that scene in Triple X with Vin Diesel.
Yeah.
Fire fry.
I would
Dude.
smoke
Senator
three
Collins, thanks for coming
cigarettes
in.
if
It's
I
a great
could.
pleasure. Thank you.
Oh, let
This
this, I
ship
could
that-
smoke if I was sleeping. I smoke with my ears. I smoke. I love smoking. Yes, Vin Diesel, I love smoking more. Nice fluffy coat you have there, Vin Diesel. It's got fur on the neck. I love it. I love it. Twitter then. I'm running out of good content. I guess I'm gonna poach somebody's. Yeah, there we go. That's pretty good. That guy's pretty smart. Oops. Oops. I'll just shake it up a little. There you go. Boom. To Twitter. Oh, it went short. Look at it. Oh, I closed my short. That was dumb. Could have made some nickels there. Son of a goat smoke.
Why did you close it? They
I
don't,
don't know, man, because I did all the
It didn't
ticks,
even
the
go anywhere
ticks.
yet.
It's all about the ticks. That was dumb. Goat smoke. Son of a bitch. The crude is working out too. This job would be much easier if it didn't involve money. Lots of it.
Just do fake money and post it to your Twitter. You've already got a following.
Okay.
You have a big following.
Yeah, no, check this one. I'll just have to let me get it for you.
Here's what you do. You have multiple accounts and you only post the account that wins, and it's all fake money.
Go through Harvey's followers. Did you know that Linda Ratchke was following him?
No, I didn't know he was that big of a deal.
Yeah,
it is a
seems
big
to be.
deal.
Exactly.
Makes
Me and
sense.
Linda.
See here. This is straight from Harvey's followers.
Yeah, like the one girl's name is Hurlbutt. Lavina Hurlbutt. M-E-M-M-S.
There's always
There's
always an Anastasia. There's always an Anastasia. Like
Anastasia.
very common name
Delilah.
for this type of person.
Mixlatu. Smopanop. Hello, Smopanop. Welcome.
I like this chick because she refuses. This is one of his other followers. She never posts a picture of her face. It's always her from the back. Very mysterious. I like it.
Buttocks? The buttocks only.
Not the butt. Just like, or she'll have her phone in front of her face.
Oh.
Yeah. She's quite mysterious. She's really into photography. I like that in a woman. She likes poetry. She in this post.
Long walks on the beach and poetry.
Bayman has a crush on this girl.
And in this post, she writes, "The color of the sky reminds me of the movie La 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 Land. City of stars, are you shining just for me? Emoji, emoji." She's really deep.
Poetic, yeah.
I like her. She lives in London. Oh, yeah. And look at her kneecap. That is a high quality kneecap. Oh,
What
my.
are you talking?
Look at it.
Okay. City of Stars, are you shining just for me? Oh, the hubris.
Just for you.
The hubris.
Wait, Harvey, you're such a big deal. Linda Ratchke followed you twice.
Yeah, she did.
2 times. Wait, and this one looks real. Wait a second. What'd you do, Harvey? What'd you do? This is real, or it looks real. Did you ask her to follow you? Just to fuck with us? Harvey? Did you message Linda Ratchke and ask her to follow you? In the greatest prank ever. Oh, this one doesn't have a blue check.
Kind of disappointed in you, Bayman, to think that I don't know Linda personally. You underestimate me.
So, but you had to do something.
Yeah, well, I went to dinner with her last night.
Oh, okay. So, and that's when you
Yeah.
cleared up all the
No,
Twitter mishappenings.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Buried the hatchet, if you were.
Well, I know y'all were kind of off and on or not off and on, but going through some disagreements a while back.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Didn't she like sleep with your brother or something? Or what was
Jesus.
I know.
What the
Yeah, I
fuck?
know. And on my private jet, too. Could you imagine?
No, that was shitty.
That really pissed me
No,
off.
you don't do that. Oh, wow, what's this? You don't do that on your man's jet.
No, right?
Leave the man's jet alone.
This is a big cat.
Now I gotta go and delouse the whole plane.
Delouse.
Spray it for ticks.
Well, good thing you picked up a lot of them earlier today.
Yeah, exactly.
Always picking up the ticks.
Not my fault. They keep dropping them.
They keep dropping these ticks all over the ground.
I know.
They bring them in from outside.
It's actually kind of an interesting listening to Fat Cat year after year. It's funny because that's kind of like he's like, well, they're like, it's just on the table. Like, that's the way he looks at it. And Zero looks at it like in a different light, you know? And he's like, well, like, Fat Cat was like, well, if they're gonna just drop the floor out here, why wouldn't I take advantage of that and just grab those ticks, right?
He does say that, doesn't he? He's like, I picked it up for a few ticks.
Yeah, and then you know, like right now, see, the Zero would be like, well, what do you mean? If you're not, why would you not? You go in long, and basically he's just like, he's willing to just shut it off, right, and be like, no, I don't even care. It's fine. So it's just two different ways of thinking about it.
Yeah, two different approaches.
Yeah.
Look at Dollar General today.
Is it going up?
It's up 3.3%.
That's a lot for the old Dollar General, ain't it?
Yes, it is. And do we know why, Harvey?
Because people are the disparity between the lower and upper classes is growing.
Sure, but
I
there's
was
something
thinking
more
about that.
specific.
It's actually called if you actually want to read about that, it's called the wealth gap.
Yeah. Well, that's old news, though.
Yeah. Well, I was just brushing up on it. Jeez.
So why is it going up?
They're opening stores. So last year, they ousted they did a CEO change last year. And so this guy coming in is really aggressive.
Wow.
And opening up a ton of stores, remodeling stores. I mean, their stores are actually really gross. Like if you look at some of the videos on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
They're actually pretty disturbing.
They're kind of placed, like their locations were chosen, right? Weren't they? To fit the demographic.
Yeah, but I mean,
you wouldn't
I
be
don't know.
putting
I mean,
Dollar General downtown Beverly Hills, right?
Sure, but you don't want to be okay. Yes.
You want to make it. What I've learned is you want to make it walking distance for most people.
Yeah, I didn't think of that, but yeah.
So I thought they'd been like building them nonstop for like the last decade.
They have, and this might just be a more aggressive push. Well, I mean, the street likes it, whatever it is. I don't know what their history has been in terms of expansion, but this might be like a more aggressive expansion.
Dangerous.
It might be buying up cheap real estate. I don't know, but the street likes it a lot.
Like a military.
Did I ever tell you that was the IKEA business model? One of IKEA's business models wasn't the store. Yeah, it was the real estate, right? So what they did was they were like, well, we have time on our hands. So they focused on shit land that nobody really wanted. To say like environmental restrictions, like say it was a gas station and they got to wait 10 years to see if the soil is fucked up or not. And IKEA is like, we're willing to wait 10 years. We're okay with that. This is a prime location. And that's part of what they did, right? They actually just sat on a ton of land waiting for the environmental restrictions to come off, and then the land became fucking very, very valuable.
I had no idea. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Peter, do you still trade equities or
me?
I was asking Peter.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, Piotr. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Who says Peter?
Oh. Maybe he's not listening. Oh. Okay, so Dollar General, the way you could trade some of these equities. So Dollar General has earnings March 14th in the morning. And if you looked at like what they reported last quarter, like I said, they changed their CEOs and they're doing this massive expansion of stores. And then they just opened up a store. Like one of their new stores opened up like a few weeks ago, sometime in February. And it was like a big press release or whatever. Anyway, that's a incentive. Like that's a catalyst going into earnings. So the street is like, oh, this is great news. Now they're so that's why the stock is getting, a nice run. So I did trade this, but I'm not in it anymore. I took my money and I was out. You don't know like how long it's going to run. But the thing is, like leading up to earnings, it should still have like a pretty decent run. But at some point, if the street thinks like they're not going to deliver on what they said from prior quarter, they'll start selling it, right? Or either before the earnings gets released, or after earnings, depending on what they say. So it's just like another method to try to find these types of plays. So like an earnings run up, but you have to understand the story and if this is like something the street's gonna buy into or gets excited about. But that's what's happening with Dollar General. I've also talked about Intel. So Intel should have but that's like a 2-year plan. It's like the street is expecting a lot from Intel. They're going to get money from the government to build out their chip factory so that they can become like a TSM. So they start making chips for people. They design chips, right? But they don't make chips for anybody else. They just sell their chips. So they're not actually like manufacturing chips. And they're looking to do that in the next 2 years. So the street's excited about that. So that's why I'm long Intel. I've taken a bunch off just because we had a pretty good run, but I'll probably add to it again at some point. Yeah, you could do straddles, but I'm just saying, like, if you want to like capture a run into earnings, you can kind of do that if you understand the story. I don't actually play earnings per se, right? I just play the sentiment on the stock and if it's going to be in rotation, that kind of thing. I actually don't trade earnings, very rarely.
It was just push out of there, man. Wow. This is a fucked up day.
And I did pick up some Apple today for next year.
For an apple, you picked up some apple.
Aren't you just so funny?
Yes, I am.
And Boeing. Boeing's really beat up too. So I picked them for next year. And leads are great because they don't really decay. They just move with the price action. But all the Greeks get ramped up like when it has like a nice run. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you could probably still play Dollar General. I don't like it when it's ran so much because now they could start selling it. Now they can like start fucking around with it, you know? I'm tracking the drug companies. I just don't have a good entry, but like NVO because Ozempic and obesity. Shout outs to obesity. It's a global problem. So NVO is on my radar. I don't have an entry on that. I gotta do some more digging and see if like we can find something in there. I just don't like to buy something with already run up. The risk to reward isn't there. Health tech is an area I'm looking into. I don't know what to play yet, but because venture capital is putting money in there, there's going to be some moves in health tech, but I got to do some research.
Can we get a pullback or do I have to chase? Pullback, please. I think we're good for a long one, yes. We had
Clicking
a
into a bad time of day.
yeah, and that's exactly where market makers wanna stop it.
I am looking around to see if I can find other pairs that your Timmy's God spread might work on.
Yeah, Piotr is doing the same.
Are you using like a correlation coefficient?
Well, let us know what you guys are testing so we don't like duplicate efforts.
It doesn't take long. I mean, I will. Currently, I'm just trying to find things that are worth testing at all. Like silver to gold, it doesn't have
Yeah.
very high correlation.
Correlation.
Dollar to gold, it kind of does, but it's not good enough.
What if he did like gold to Bitcoin?
I really do believe it might work on some of the what we've got soy oil and soybeans, right?
That was the other thing, and wheat would work.
Oh yeah, like wheat and corn, or
Yeah, but they are not really
Why are you
intrinsic,
trying to
right?
get so? Why are you trying to get
Yeah.
so complicated? Why can't it just be bond on bond or bond on
Because
ES?
because
not
they don't have that intrinsic value. I
Yeah.
think this is not the point I've gotten across to you guys. The relationship.
What about Peter
between-
saying gold and? Oh no, sorry. Go ahead. Continue your thought. I don't want.
Yeah, it's the relationship, right? This intrinsic relationship that the one value derives from the other one, or it's interconnected.
Mm-hmm.
There is no way to split the two.
So
It's a disparity of price. Like it's a disconnect of price. Like they should be trading together in sync, right?
Yeah.
And when they're not, it's kind of like an arbitrage opportunity.
Exactly.
So I wasn't talking about corn to wheat. I was talking about wheat to like Kansas to Chicago wheat.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
If you're
from what
good enough, it was
I've looked at in the past, I haven't looked at it with your RSI thing, but what I've looked at in the past is it's a little tricky. Or not tricky. It's possible, but the
Well, then
gains,
you gotta look at
the gains are
that's
small.
like a pretty difficult set of products that you're talking about, right? That'd be like lean hogs and pork belly.
I like me some pork
It's
belly.
a difficult setup. To like you're, yeah, it's there, but like I was almost like SpaceX doesn't have it, but like the relationship between SpaceX and rocket fuel, just to outside of the box, like
That's like what do you call it? That's an input cost. So what Timmy's talking about is mispricing, not a value chain. Do you see? So I mean, he has, the other way you could do crude is, because I've been trading this just from my own eyes, is like when you look at CL versus like XLE, there's always a disconnect in price. And that's where you get the opportunities.
Yes, what I've been told is sometimes they do manipulate the price of CL so they get a certain price.
Mm-hmm.
For example, for settlement or something like that.
Yeah.
And when that happens, there is a value disconnect to RBOB, which is a prime opportunity to take CL back to value.
Yeah, so CL closes like 2:30 on Eastern time frame.
Yeah. And they somehow want a certain price and they push. And after the close, you get the release.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In fact, this was the pullback. See how it found. So we got up on that low move, right? From 83.50, we got up back to 90 and a quarter into the 21 ATR. We already yeah, we've got back, had a pullback to what, 84.50. And then we found buyers above 87.50 where they once bought, and there was again a buyer, and then it went pretty fast. See how many people played that exactly that stupid price action range extension. If you're really like, if your price had the most time there when we were between 87 and a quarter, right, and like 85. And that was the extension to the high side. When we found buyers that the second time, you really could see it. They were just waiting to see if there was someone buying above 87, 87.50.
Oh, what if we did offer?
And then with the downwards move, actually, the tape went absolutely haywire. Almost to the tune of the open, which is always, in my eyes, it's a grand example that we've got some market maker activity. When the tape
I
goes
don't want to
this
be like that,
way,
but who's here?
He's about to be like that.
You be like that.
Yeah, like some of the simplest shit is what works.
Oh yeah.
I just zoomed out for a second, and I found why we kind of reversed here. Potentially, right? In my imagination land.
Why is that?
Gap hole on Dow got filled. The gap got filled on Dow, and now we're done.
Mhm.
For now.
Yeah.
Like almost to the fucking tick.
It's also value area if you go value areas on TPOs.
well, we're in the middle, in my eyes, of previous week's value. Previous week's value area low is still low on ES. Sorry, not if you're talking about Dow.
I don't know, but that looks like a pretty good. I don't know.
No, if you combine TPOs, I don't know if you do that or look at that, Timmy. Like, you know, when you, yeah, it's one of those combined value areas, and this you kind of take the bottom, and now we rotate back.
I see.
It doesn't always work, you know, so it's just like one thing I kind of look at to kind of gauge it.
No, I'm somehow not a fan of time-based metrics for some reason. I just cannot get myself around those and think that they have.
It's not necessarily time. You know what it is? Basically, it's binomial distributions, right? It's just like a bell curve. So you're looking for bell curves in price.
Yeah, but you still split those in time slots, right?
You do, because this is when the market trades.
Dude,
but you can
7% in Bitcoin now that it's down. It's down to 64K.
That's nothing. That's just
that's noise.
I'm just
this
saying.
Is when you
it's
buy.
really kind of cooking right now.
Yeah.
That was a given. Like, of course, people are going to sell when it hits 69 because you know there are weak asses out there, like shaky hands, can't handle the fucking volatility. So get the fuck out so we can stay in.
I think we had 75% longs on the major exchanges, so it was just a matter of time for those to get liquidated. All those late longs that for some reason then leverage into this move because it's still crypto and crypto bros. They FTX give me that 300x leverage. Those need to go. Oh man, those.
I'm not gonna lie, I was definitely scared of the crypto. I'm like, is this exchange gonna go down? Like, what is happening? But I moved a bunch off of it.
I moved everything off of it. I had quite a bit on FTX, and I moved everything like 2 months before it happened.
Oh no, I never used, because FTX was in the US. Like, you could only use like a version of FTX in the US.
Ah, yeah.
So, but like between like Coinbase and like there was Kraken. I think Kraken had some issues, but Kraken, Coinbase I never liked. But I had everything on Gemini, and then even Gemini was like getting into trouble. I was like, wait, what the hell is going on? And I moved some off, but I kept a little bit on there just in case I wanted to like sell. But seems like that's behind us for the time being.
So, bonds went up quite a bit. Dollar came down quite a bit today. Bonds, dollar did the thing today.
Yeah.
Markets aren't like this is where you're talking about it, Bayman. Like this today, it's backwards. Right? Where bonds are up and equity is down.
Yeah,
So we're
really
entering
Yeah,
we're
it looks like
entering
we're doing the switching.
deflation. Yeah. And once we do more of that, shifted the regime.
Mm-hmm.
We're just like regime shift.
Just
Because
amazing.
then it goes back to like pre-COVID days.
You know what I love? We or sorry, not we. Timmy found something that might actually work. And before we even know how to properly trade it, we're all like, what else can we use this on?
I know, we're not even using what he
I
gave
haven't
us.
even backtested it properly yet.
Well, like, put it on everything else.
To me, you're getting really close to the short in crude.
Can we just
By the
appreciate
signal.
that? Can we just appreciate this price action where we just reversed? This is so nice. I had quite a long time until I figured that one out, right? Measuring the fucking bottom 83.50 to 90 and a quarter, right? The first turning point again. And just add exactly that range above.
Would you repeat all that?
What? English?
So if you take the 83.50, right? The lowest low.
Uh-huh.
And go to the next swing high at 90 and a quarter.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Now take that range and add it on top of that. And that's where we turned around.
Are you talking about?
Like just now.
Yeah.
Like that's where we just turned around.
Yeah.
Yes, you saw them on ES.
box extensions.
Oh, yeah. You take the range and you just add it on top.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen that method before.
Oh, that method is absolutely the shit.
Is it really?
Go back and
Is
do
it?
some. Oh yes, do some manual backtesting and look at that how it works. It's amazing.
Explain it again, because maybe I don't know.
Well, see, you have to look at all those mini ranges and see where there are sellers and where there are buyers. Okay, we got through that low, had a high of a little pullback at 87.50, and we broke that, and then there were some buyers above to 90 and a quarter, right?
Okay.
Then we pulled back down to 84.50.
Yep.
Held it. Now, where do we need to see buyers for now? Yeah, but where do we need to see buyers? We need to see buyers
at that 90
No.
area.
No. 87.50 is the one where we need to see buyers first. If we don't see buyers at 87.50, that move is done.
What was?
Wait, why 87.50? Where are you getting that from?
Because when we had that crash to 83.50 and price relieved a bit to 87.50, like 4 points, right? It relieved. It had a little bit of a relief at 4 points.
Yeah.
This is the first point of interest. We jiggled around a bit and then we broke 87.50 up to 90 and a quarter. This was where we first saw buyers that were buying out of value range, right? This is the first thing we had. Now we then had the pullback, and now we need to see buyers stepping up again above 87.50 to show that this wasn't just a little bit of relief and profit taking or not profit taking, but just a little bit of relief correction. So again, this move from 87.50 to 90 and a quarter was confirmed a second time. And you could see it on the tape. As soon as we hit above 87, 75, it just went bye, bit. And
It's also like the halfway point in that range.
yeah, it is. It is.
I'm gonna whatever. Go ahead. Continue, sorry.
Yeah, again, not a technique from me, and
From your source?
From my source. I am the source master. Yes, and when we break such a range, when we got above 90 and a quarter, there is a very, very high probability we're just gonna extend to exactly that range.
Same range, yeah.
We're gonna put that.
It's kind of like a sort of like a Fibonacci sort of situation.
It kind of is, and it works on all time frames, which is very funny.
Like a 50% retrace, like 100%, like you find the range, so that's your 100%, then you find the 50% within that.
Yes, but it's all relative because of price, right? And price value. So you cannot take exactly highs and lows of the price. It doesn't work. You always have to look at those mini ranges it's building.
Right, like where it's going back and forth.
Yeah.
Before it makes a breakout. Like a real breakout.
Exactly.
I think Zero touched on this at one point, like a long, long time ago, but we never talked about it again.
Yes, as far as I can tell, this is like old dog territory.
Well, I've heard of this before. I just didn't think it actually had any validity, like enough for me to look into it.
Yeah, I heard it from like morons, so I didn't
exactly. Yes, I heard it from people that I knew were jokes, so I didn't believe it for a second.
Because they couldn't trade anyway, so I'm like, why am I listening to this person? They throw everything in the kitchen sink, you know, so you don't know what's actually worth following.
Well, okay, forget what I said. It's all dog shit.
Yeah, like right now, depending on what time frame you're at, the spread is going up and the underlines are going down.
Right, but the spread is the spread. It's not like the spread's gonna go up when RBOB is going up more than crude.
Yeah, it's long crude, short RBOB, right?
Mm-hmm.
So right now,
no,
short RBOB is winning.
What do you mean?
You can't use that one here now for anything in my eyes.
Yeah, right now I don't really see it working for anything.
1045, you had a perfect example, but it was just too close together. But you had a good spread between CL and RBOB, and the crack spread at least was oversold.
Right.
Yeah, that kind of frustrated me that I missed it because I was waiting for it. Like, oof, whatever. I've been waiting for it all day. And we got it twice. We got it 2 times, and I didn't get either one of them.
Well, did I make not much?
I was doing a thing. What was I doing?
Okay, I'm gonna hop off. Thanks for all the new tools, Tilly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna talk to you guys later.
I never know when you're sarcastic or ironic and when not.
What are you talking about? No.
See that cheeky what you're talking about doesn't fill me with a whole lot of confidence.
All good. I will talk to you guys
Alrighty.
later. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Have a good evening.
You too. Bye.
So first, let's look at this.
I really think the time frame is going to make the difference on that indicator.
Yeah, so I was told to use the 15 minutes.
Yeah, I
but I'm
think
trying to make it work.
it works on the 15 minutes.
It works on the 15 minutes. I told you it's a trade that doesn't occur actually that often. It's a rare little fella.
But again, go back to what I was saying. You can, even if it doesn't set up perfectly and you have that trade set up in your biased direction already, it can help for confidence. So, meaning, though
Yeah.
it won't trigger, it triggers rarely, you can use it more often than that.
Yeah, you can.
Like,
So from that major level where we rejected, right, that 7940,
Mhm.
it kind of was there just a bit compressed, right?
right. But like if your RSIs were inverted and
Yeah.
we were getting up there and I was short biased and wanted to short and got
Yeah.
the setup, I wouldn't take it because
Exactly.
I know we're more prone to be long right now than short. So it's still hella helpful regardless of the number of triggers. Z.
Look at that. It's going to take that the whole move.
13 and a quarter.
You see that? That's when you were supposed to buy it at the bottom there. Holy crap.
Let's see if we reject 0975. Oh,
Hey, man, it sure
not
sounds like
reject,
you
but
need me to
reject.
start drawing some more trend lines because we're just about to hit one.
And what?
I don't know. I'll make it up right
Okay.
now.
You were
What do
talking
you
about 0975 and ES?
I'll take a shower, guys. Be right back.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit high up there, isn't it? 09?
I don't know what he was talking about, though. That's what I was
I have
trying to
no
find
idea
out.
what he's talking about. Again, I think zooming out might be a good idea at this point.
You said do what?
Take a look, zoom out for a
Oh.
minute and take a look at what's going on here. That might be a good time to do that,
It's always a good time to do that.
right?
KE volume is.
Yeah, yeah, we hit that support level in NASDAQ too, right? Yeah, I'm not saying that this is the only reason, the gap hole. I'm just saying pretty convenient that it happened there too, though. As we rotate the shit out of that level on the Russell. And finally, it's holding it finally. The bonds moved up quite a bit. From like overnight on this down push. So going by that, pushed up more. So it's inverted. We're down. It's gonna add another layer of fuckery, isn't it? And then what? We got that fucking volume rollover on Thursday.
No, I forgot about that.
Yeah, there's
You-
something coming
you
up
were
on
right.
that.
You were right about the vacation. Going on holiday. Trade symbol is CW. Funny enough, the wheat futures might be setting up with your spread. Doesn't happen very often in wheat. Or sorry, between the two wheats. Which makes sense. Like it makes sense that it would hardly ever happen between them. Because they're gonna be almost too correlated. Because there is too correlated. Like it doesn't work for calendar spreads because of that too. I've already tried it with that.
Another question, I guess, would be: are you going to ever trade wheat? You're just
Yes.
trying to prove the concept.
No,
You
I
would trade wheat.
I have traded wheat.
Oh, really?
I got scolded for it by our master, but no, wheat gives good setups.
Scolded.
And honestly, I'm kind of gonna start ignoring his opinion of whether or not I should day trade wheat because it worked well.
Interesting.
It's not something I would. It's not gonna be like an everydayer kind of thing, but
What are you using for the wheat?
the actual what you're actually trading.
Yeah, like what are the two products?
Well, you have Chicago and Kansas City, but Chicago wheat has
Yeah, like,
more
what are
volume.
the, like, is it the cash contract or like what's your ticker symbol?
Uh,
ZW?
Chicago is ZW.
Yeah, and then what's the other one?
Kansas is KE. But this works good for that too. You're not going to get as big of runners from it though.
So, um, um, they're almost the same price too, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like your runners.
When the spread, would you start with the KE to divide by ZW then?
You are going to. Yes, correct. You are correct. No, so again, this is a. Honestly, I wouldn't even use this as a trigger at all for the wheats, but I would use it as if you had an area where you were wanting to get long, if the structure of the RSIs match up, that would give you added confluence. But the trade that you will get off of that spread is not going to be. It'll be small, like before. I'll call it inefficiency before that inefficiency in price gets fixed might be like 10 ticks. It's not going to be a huge amount. So I wouldn't use that as like a trigger for it. But if you were wanting to get long or short anyways, But if we did. All right. Yeah, that.
A lot of flat lines in it. There was something else that was happening today, wasn't there?
Like news?
Yeah, no, there wasn't any extra news today. That wasn't. I thought there was something like an auction or something at one. There wasn't. What? Wheat on wheat. What about like a precious metal kind of thing, but like not gold and silver because that's not going to work. It'd be like,
I looked at gold and copper, hoping that like
yeah, but
they're both
that's not the
conductors.
same, right? It's got to be like gold and gold bullion, or like,
Mhm.
you know what I mean, or it's platinum and a different type of platinum. I was talking about uranium the other day, right? There's multiple different pieces of uranium, like it's all uranium, but there's just different products within it, right? Like I was thinking, like it's like milk and dairy cattle.
Yeah.
Right? Or
The soybean one
cow
is
and
gonna work too. Like that gives you a couple different trade ideas. Because what is it? You have meal, oil, and soybeans. So that could potentially give you three different, or is that three? What is that? 4 different trades? 3 different trades. 4 different trades. 4.
yeah, you make a good point there. Why am I trying to think about it? Not think about it, but why am I trying to reinvent it? I got it all right here.
What you got?
Well, I mean, we got like so the energy. We got WTI, we got oil, Brent, we got gasoline, we got heating oil, ethanol, natural gas, right? Orange juice, cotton, coffee, sugar, lumber. I bet you there's different grades of sugar and there's different grades of lumber.
I'm back.
Lumber might be.
You're also
lumber might be something.
gonna need to find
They
things.
have different lumber for sure. You have to find the tickers. Is that what you're?
No, you're gonna need to find things that have like at the absolute minimum like 30,000 volume per day. Is the other
Sure.
problem? Because
Yeah, like you've got live cattle and you've got feeder cattle.
even at like 50,000, you're still gonna be getting some pretty big spreads or like slippage.
Slippage. Well, what about currencies?
I have not looked yet.
How
Timmy,
would you
so the
pass
wheats
those up?
does work, but you wouldn't really use it as a trade idea. You would already have to have a trade idea. Like if you use it as a trigger, it'll work, but it'll be a very, very small trade until that spread unwinds. Like, oh, you're not even listening. You said, I'm back, and then you fucking ghost. Like a cornhole.
It's going to be very hard for me to get on with that widest portion part of it because the way it looks to me, that doesn't look like that's the right spot.
You do your back testing on that and let us know what
Yes,
you
I
want.
will. I will. I am. I'm doing it right now.
Because you might be right. And the more I look at it, the more I agree, kind of. I think you were being too
Well,
with it.
maybe
but,
it's the time frame. Maybe it's the time frame,
Mhm.
right? Like on the 15, the widest portion won't be the widest portion on a 5-minute.
Yeah.
So maybe I actually need to build another pane. Maybe I'll build another pane and then I'll put a different time frame in it.
You're kind of right about that, actually.
Get some better work done, right?
Doesn't have.
I don't have a 5-pack. I don't have a 5-pack up and down. I have a 5-pack. Left and right. This one.
Dudes, I was telling my lady friend about this yesterday. But if I get to see all of us finally make it and be profitable, I think that'd be like the coolest feeling ever.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be. When I pick you up in my plane, you're going to be like, yeah.
Well, just like, I don't know. The idea of doing it with other people makes it a little better.
I think that's why Zero's helping, or that's why Zero started to help me. Because it kind of sucks being rich by yourself.
I'm sure it does.
With all your servants and helpers.
And helpers. I'm sure it does suck. No, but I do get it though. Like you want to, maybe not everybody's like this, but like getting to see people succeed with you and or because of you, and like you being along for the process is really cool.
Hmm.
Do you disagree?
This
You're like,
is a shitty time of day, but I mean, I think the short might be afoot here. It's a shitty time of day, so I'm not going to do it. Plus, I got to go out for 2 o'clock. So,
what are you doing?
Doctor's appointment.
Oh, no.
For my balls.
No, not the ball appointment.
Yeah, my eyeball.
Oh, thank God. Actually, no, I can't decide what's worse. What is worse?
Eyeballs.
What's going
Oh,
on?
well, I got that. Oh, I had that surgery the
Oh,
other
for what?
week or whatever
I did forget about that.
for the cataract.
Mm-hmm.
They're going in there to double check it, I guess. That's all. Sign off on it so you can get paid, basically.
Right. I did a good job. Pay me now.
Yeah, I did. Here's your more paperwork, and this is how I get paid. Sign here, so that he gets his money from the government. That's probably how that goes. I think it's time for a meme.
To Twitter.
See, people probably scroll through this like after hours or something, and just put stuff in like that just to throw people off. They'll be like, "What the hell is what?"
They're like, what did I miss out on, man?
Yeah, exactly. We'll back it up with one of these.
What is happening?
What am I missing? You're doing business without me. Stop doing business without me.
It does not work with corn, which we already kind of assumed it wouldn't, but it was worth.
Corn? What are you gonna do with corn?
But it doesn't work with corn. I assumed it wouldn't, but
Well, what do you mean corn and what? What would you work it with? Corn
Oh,
and
other grains. It
yeah,
does,
but that doesn't. That's
no,
not really.
I recognize that it was still
You
worth.
were onto something though with the soybean and the oil and the meal.
Yeah, no, that one
That
will work.
might be that one.
I-
That one might be actually something. That's
I
actually
haven't-
something for sure.
I
And
haven't
then there's
even-
rice, right? Rice has a bunch
Yeah.
of different. Doesn't it have a bunch of like? There's not white rice. How racist of me. But there's like the rough rice. There's long
rice?
grain rice. There's dried rice. I guess I don't know. There's wild rice.
No, I haven't even looked at the soybean stuff, but I can already tell you it will work. Like I know for a fact that it's going to work, which is kind of why I haven't looked at it yet.
Plus they're easy to. They seem like they're pretty like half-ass liquid as well, right? So that's the thing.
They are.
If we're trading wild rice, I don't know how awesome that's going to be.
Who is it that traded orange juice? I used to know somebody that traded the OJ.
What would you have like clementine orange juice and like navel orange juice and like pulp free orange? Like what do you have?
No, I'm just saying I used to know some. Like that's all he
Yeah.
traded.
Oh yeah. That's all he traded was orange juice.
Yeah, it was like a guy in the first room I'd ever been in.
What is he fucking psychopathic or what? What is he? Is he
That's just-
crazy?
He might.
He's just that guy. It's just off.
He might have known somebody in the field of orange
Somebody
juice.
that known somebody
Orange
that robbed
juice.
somebody. Orange juice. That sounds like. How come there's not apple juice?
His name was
Why
Signet.
is it there?
That was his
Apple's
name.
Futures. Sigmund.
Yeah,
Wow.
that was his name.
Wow. That's a handle.
He was actually cool. I liked him. He was really knowledgeable about options. He was really good with options.
Options.
All right. Wait, let's write all this. CS. CM. Have you found anything yet, Peter? I'll do the beans now. The beans. The magical fruit. So your trade symbol for that would end up Bean for the bean is ZS. I think.
Yeah, this is yes, I think you're right.
Compare it with.
So which one are you going to use though? You're only using two, right? So
Yes.
you'd have to use the soya bean and then what's the other version? It's
The meal?
oil or the meal. So they're both a byproduct.
I'm gonna use the beans as the trade symbol though, because it has more volume.
Yeah, and you divide the oil by the bean,
Mm-hmm.
right? Or the meal by the bean.
Correct.
Which I think you should use the oil.
I mean, we'll do both. Oh, you mean trade the oil?
Oh, you're gonna build a four-way RSI for that?
No, what? Never mind. Never mind. No. But that would work too. We could do. No, we couldn't do that. It'd have to be 5 higher RSIs. But no, I'm just not gonna do that.
Like that's trading.
How many?
You just caught that short.
Bet he did. I almost asked you,
Yes.
and I was like, I just no. I would assume that that's what he got.
Yep. So it ran up, and he took that short right there. How many ticks was that? See, he probably got 8 or 9 ticks there. Maybe even 10 ticks there on that push, right? On huge size. So he made $1,300 on that little wee section of time. See that? That's the part that always kind of blows my mind. That's $1,300. That little wee section of time. I know, like Zero's like, don't think about it like that. Yeah, but look at it. That's $1,300 in. That's just it blows my mind. Like I'm just like, wow, that's awesome. You know what I'm always kind of like, well, how come Zero's not doing better then? He should be like a fucking 12-figure trader, right? Like, not to be like that, but
No, he'll get there. Like once he achieves what he's looking for, he will be. He's not there yet.
yeah,
Like,
I suppose.
I mean, you can. I've watched him get better. Just in the last year and a half, I've watched him get better.
No, he's allowed you to watch him get better. That's what he shares with you. That's what he said to me. That's what he said to me.
That he allowed
No,
you.
it's just the amount of it's just the amount of stuff that I'm telling you is what he said. I've always been this good.
Oh, I remember that. No, I doubt it. I very strongly doubt
See,
it.
but look
I
at this. It's a
doubt it.
damn shame that Fat Cat just didn't
Hold.
hold it. Yeah, like he just left another 8 ticks on the table, basically, of easy money. Because he was in probably, I bet him money he was in at 97 or higher. 97 and a quarter. It was like the moment it changed from red or green to red, like he clicked it. I don't know how he does it, like how he gets his perfect entry. He takes, I don't know how he does it. Still to this day, I don't know exactly how he takes it because he's going to get it at 97 and a quarter. Potentially like on that double top or something. Like that would be the signal. The double top would be the signal.
Oil.
Which, yeah, that's a shame that he let that go. So it's too bad, right? He could have been up like You know, $3,000. I mean, yeah, we'll see. Now it's coming all the way back to him. So interesting, right? Two ways to think about it. You're just sitting in there holding it for more, and he just took the money and was okay with it. You have to be okay with what you're doing. Really doesn't matter what you do, I guess. It's just you have to be okay with it. You can't be going both. I think maybe that's the struggle as well. Like you're trying to do both, or or anybody is trying to do both. Trying to hold it forever, but you're also trying to, take the profit. Yes, at the end of the day, you just got to be okay with what you've done. Own your, what do they call it? Own your fucking shit.
Six.
They made $1,300 in that 40 seconds or whatever, and he's done. It's like that, $1,400 a day keeps the doctor away.
I was thinking about it yesterday. Like $100 a day right now
Yeah,
would
I know.
keep my doctor away.
Yeah, and then actually, but yeah, just stop doing stupid shit would be fucking pretty good. Starter. Still just keep doing stupid shit. Yeah.
Well,
The last train just out, so fast. Like, fuck. Just taking forever to hit a flat key. And I try to keep it at exactly 3. But but sometimes I just leave a little bit of a buffer. True.
So I was right and wrong about the soybeans definitely working. It definitely does work, but they're too
What did
correlated.
you use?
But
What did you
currently
use
oil.
for the combination?
Currently just oil.
Yeah, so sorry, what is it? SW?
It'd be ZM divided by
symbol?
ZS. Anyways, yeah, it definitely would work. It just doesn't have like they're too correlated with each other for the spread to get cattywampus with price like that. So I think it would work if it ever set up, but it's just never going to set up.
So 3,700 beats. Also, I'm scaling too.
Here's a time where it actually sets up. Fucking holiday, never mind.
Yeah, yeah. The problem is, I'm just getting yesterday.
Like every time they have that big ol' change in momentum, it almost just trends sideways until the change.
Flatline?
Yeah, like it'll like
Yeah,
the
that's what I noticed with the wheat. It did that as well. Yeah, I noticed that with the wheat did that too.
yeah. I saw it a few times. But that goes back to kind of what I was saying about the spread being so small. Like it'll work, but it's almost going to be like a negligible amount, like a few ticks before the spread gets fixed,
Hmm.
or maybe a little bit more than that. But it's still something to help get to like a risk mitigation type thing if you were already trying to get long. But now I will try the meal.
Trying to always fix the problem. Dude, there was one point where I'm like, oh, win a day, that's easy.
My bad. I was doing meal, not oil.
Try to consistently make see how I just shorted. You're not listening. Straight are you talking?
Who's he talking to?
Who's that guy? He's talking to some meathead probably. I don't know.
Are you not paying attention?
Because
He's talking to that cute and funny guy, I guess.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
Yeah, one trade. He got one trade. No, two trades. $1,300. One of them was for break even. What a fucking guy. What an asshole.
I mean, the whole everything, everything, everything I was saying, all the way to the point I executed. Yes, ranging. It's above a massive mean. What's it probably gonna do? Mean or verb? Hard V flush. Support resistance up here, 90-90. Pivoted there, and it pivoted there again. This drop here is pretty significant. And you know, 16 ticks, and it hangs off that, just from that point, but it comes up in that same thing with the NQ. The thing is, NQ put in a more than a NQ pivoted here, pivoted here, which is the same spot as where I drew ES. And then it pivoted here, which is not in the same area as ES. And then it overblew this area, stopped running 65 T5s, then a 40 tick move. So for me, a stop run would be about 8 ticks, yes, 40 Q because it's thinner, so they blew it out. Ticks. Come back up into it. It's a good chance they're not going to blow it out again. Yes, it's kind of up here too, which is sort of this area. It's obviously slipping in the middle. It's very evident that there is slip. Very defined slipping. Reclaims. Here and then up the curve on both of them. You're above perfect curves above them. And then Russell.
There might be a chance. The only thing this works on is crude. Like, only thing it works on great.
Yeah, like that's whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
On this, and when it came up,
That's what it is, then that's fine.
Ripping straight up,
Whatever,
so it's
right?
putting it
Like-
slipped out in the middle.
I wouldn't like take it as a trigger on anything
And
else.
Russell overall is in the middle of
See,
some
for me,
big
it's
ass
like
range,
it's just firing
but
again.
just
I don't
leaning on
know.
this micro range, top ticking. and
Like it's staying short,
it's
right?
at the
But I mean,
top of a
last time it did
range.
that, it kind of
They're
just got
all at the top of
tangled
the
up
range.
here,
All
right?
of them
Mm-hmm.
But like catching the separation, I get you.
Like
It's
Russell's gonna
same as people
Wait,
widest part. Like, how do you know it's the widest part?
And then most part on ES, it's ranging almost perfectly. This curve. Obviously it's starting to stay on the upper end here and it mid pivoted here. We talked about that mid pivot. No, that's in Q.
Oh, that would make sense.
But for the most part, the range is perfectly aligned. You don't always get range to curve alignment.
Be right back.
May have not worked, right? Same thing on ES. ES is definitely aligned on the curve. Sure, pushed hard low. This is such a major area. You have gap, huge profile, major support and resistance in this area. You have a lot of things going on in ES that are kind of holding it up. But either way, and I think they're going to breach all that, but it's just everybody ranged at the same time. Everybody reached the top of a range at the same time. Russell only had been hitting this top of its range a second time, which I don't really like a second leg. ES has been up here many times. You have to look at it from perspective area. Sort of like this area. Pivoted in here quite a bit. This is the fourth test when I got in, so that's pretty solid. Sometimes they 2-leg, and then on that second leg it blows out. But on a third leg, I would feel better. And Q's also testing. I mean, it's just as pitch perfect as everything's aligned. The curves look good. The slip is there on all of them. They're all at the top of the range. It's just worth the mean reversion. Yeah, and all you need is two points a day. I've already had this discussion. You don't need that many. I just think if you're targeting 8 points a day or 10 points or whatever, you're an absolute animal. You're a monster. You're a pro trader. I'm certainly not doing it. I mean, I struggle to get 2 points at times. So there you fucking go. All right.
let's find on the internet. I found it, Harvey. I found it. I hope this answers your question. Or, better yet, might have been something like this. No, dumbass. Oops. So another thing, if anybody's still here or listening, what is occurring when Timmy's God spread lines up, or the RSIs line up the way that he was saying? Is the spread reaching an extreme, as well as the underlying being overbought or oversold? Extreme, sorry, the spread being at an extreme in relation to recent price movement. So you would then know recently price or the spread behaved abnormally. But if you proceeded to trade sideways for 14 bars, it's essentially the signal's gone. We're back to neutral. But I'm wondering if it would be worth tracking what happens after the signal's gone. So the signal would be gone, but we still know at a point recently the spread reached an extreme. Then we traded sideways. So the spread is still at an extreme. It's just the RSI has fixed itself because it's now averaging flat ranging bars. So I'm wondering if even after the signal is gone, the trade, like it could still work. It could still work because the spread still needs to get unwound a little bit. That is all. Sorry, I was kind of thinking through that while I'm talking to y'all. But I just figured that might be something worth looking at and keeping an eye out for.
In this video demonstration, I'm going to talk a little bit more about communication and professionalism as part of our beginning chapter. So our first chapter for the CompTIA A+ Certified Professional talks about your level of professionalism and how you interact with your customers. There are a lot of things that we talk about in the lecture, but if you remember, I'm talking about basically how you get some of your reference information and how you build a library for information. So I'm going to give you some examples here. It just depends on how you start out and how you process information and how you keep things. But in some of our lectures, I'm going to discuss things that are just vendor specific. These are Intel products, and this is just a document about input-output controllers. And this is a document about the Intel desktop processor upgrade information. So I keep these handy just based on specific model numbers I've got. Got information such as this, and this is really the Intel Core processor comparison chart. So when you look at a number of these electronical components and things like that, you're not expected to know everything. You just have to know where to get it. And that's what you're going to do, is you're basically building your library or your information based on what you've worked on before, so that you'll be more efficient and more timely with the next things you work on. So there's any number of resources that you can put together that you can get off the internet. This is what's my IP address. .com. So there's any number of sites that you can get on and type in and figure out what your IP address is. If you're working on some networks and you need to know what the customer's IP address is to address things. Here's a document for a website that's called router passwords. So you can go there and they have the most common routers. You just type in the name of what brand. This specifically shows Belkin here. It lists hundreds of routers and what the common passwords are. So if you're booting up or working with something for the first time and you need to know what the startup password is at the beginning password, and the customer says, well, it had a little card in the box or on the bottom of it and I lost it, and that's where you go from there. You'll be able to find things on there easily. If you keep that handy and like your favorites on your laptop or things like that, when you're mobile or in your office, you can rapidly go to it and have those common passwords without having to go through specific manufacturer's instruction sites. Then I've got things like manufacturer's links. This is just A, B, C, D, and E of electronic manufacturers, whether it's a phone, whether it's a tablet, whether it's a printer, whether it's a mouse or a keyboard or things like that. So it's handy to have these saved in your favorites, or I'm going to say print it out. It's probably not the best thing to do, but have these handy to where you can just click on them and you have the hyperlink no matter what the name of the company is. So there's a lot of websites out there that have just hundreds of links to manufacturers' websites. Here's another example that you could use in keeping your handy in your information. It's called the driver guide and has a lot of downloadable drive. Now, obviously, you want to scan things and be cognizant of malware and things like that, but it's pretty handy to have a drive or a guide that can get you to a lot of free drivers and things like that. So those things make our lives a lot easier. Here's one for BIOS drivers. So here's every manufacturer listed by company and their BIOS drivers. So how important is that? That's very important for, in our basic line of work when you're trying to find things rapidly, to have bio drivers and a resource for that, and drivers and a resource for that, and comparison for processors and comparisons for routers and things like that. So you've got to build your own capabilities and technology as far as being a professional to take everything you need. I talked in our lecture a little bit about IT knowledge databases, and that's kind of some of what these are. But you're going to get a number of pamphlets and books and catalogs and things like that, text documents from your vendor and vendor training. And that's key, important. Or if you get something maintained or an upgrade, they'll give you a software book or an equipment manual that's going to be helpful and useful for that. So there's a lot of things you can do as far as that and internet resources. You got to think in this context too. Once you've got everything built, document what you've worked on in the past and keep that, like I mentioned, in some kind of a Word document so you can go back and search it by like keyword like Compaq or Dell or keyboard issues, so you can go back and rapidly fix those. But another one thing I want to talk about is when you're looking at being a CompTIA A+ certified professional, what kind of skills are you putting together professionally other than having the documentation? So there are a number of aspects. We talk about clean work environment, how you present yourself, fluidity, working with your customers and listening, how well you dress and having a name tag and things like that. But, what are the skills that you're adding to your job description or your actual resume. You know, what kind of things are you putting on there? And a lot of technicians have rather lengthy resumes describing some of their duties, and there's a lot of common things. So you might have things like knowledge of computer or software, knowledge of things like drives or processors or motherboards. And this is really your chance in your own resume to showcase your knowledge as a CompTIA A+ certified professional. You're the expert that has knowledge in troubleshooting many different brands and many different types of devices, things like PCs and laptops and peripheral devices and things like a mouse and keyboards, cameras, scanners, faxes, and printers. So there's any number of things that you'll be competent in working with just with a little bit of time. Remember, I said you don't have to know everything. You just need to know a good source to look at it to help you triage and take apart the things. So you've got to have a lot of skills that you put things in there, but there's a lot of tools that you can rely on and a lot of skills that you can showcase, like your ability to replace hardware and upgrade things like computer components and software and things like that. So you always want to make sure in our discussion for professionalism that you never argue with your customer, and you make sure you tactfully discuss, why there might be some kind of a disagreement. So when you're working with them, customer service is key, but also customer satisfaction and your ability to articulate exactly why you found a specific incidence or documentation, and that was the result of a problem and how you fixed it. You want to make sure that you explain your cost kind of at the forefront and make sure that that's a normal part of a business, letting a customer know what a cost is going to be and when it's going to be done. That's very important so they feel comfortable working with you. You want to make sure that if you do some kind of replacement, whether you're replacing a chip or a processor or things like that, I've got a picture of a processor here. If you're replacing components or pieces or parts or putting those in a computer, make sure you get the exact part that the customer purchased. You never want to give them any kind of aftermarket products or things like that. Only install licensed software, because that's the requirement and that's the minimum that we expect out of A+ professionals. Make sure before you get started, you back up their data and you've got all their data and information backed up. And by all means, if you damage something while you're doing any kind of repair or processing or working with customers' things, that you simply identify or let them know, something broke while I was working with that. I apologize. I'll get it fixed and we'll get it replaced and get it going. Remember, one other thing you want to do is just be sure to accentuate your certification. Being an A+ certified professional brings you a lot of things. And remember, quality work and customer service are highly desired by your customers. That's what's important. So you've got an opportunity to showcase your ability to be a professional and communicate as an A+ certified professional. So thank you for joining me for this part of the lecture on professionalism. Every information technology professional has their tools to the trade. You'll need a number of tools to accomplish your duties, which may include just the basic tools and expand to very intricate tools. These are going to be all depending on your growth as an IT professional. As an A+ certified professional, at a minimum, you will need just the basic tools we'll discuss. Some workplaces provide these tools, but if you own your own business, you'll need to purchase them. Don't worry though, you can start your career with just a few basic tools and grow from there. Your work is like any other profession. Plumbers, electricians, attorneys, and doctors all have their tools to the trade. Depending on whether you are working with hardware or a desktop computer, a laptop, cable installation, or the installation of a printer, your tools may vary. Remember, as technology grows, so grows the collection of tools you may need, but these are the basics. So we'll begin with the screwdrivers in the pictures here. Screwdrivers come in many shapes and sizes. You may need long or short lengths, or even very tiny screwdrivers in your work. Remember, there are a few different types. You have flathead screws, Phillips screws, Torx screws, and star-shaped tips. So there'll be a lot of different tips that can be used on the heads. It's easier if you have a multi-headed screwdriver instead of looking for the one you need through a collection of mini screwdrivers in a drawer. And tweezers are important. Tweezers come in handy because you work with so many small components within a computer. These include things like jumper wires or small screws or various tabs which you might need to maneuver. Multimeters are very important in your work, and they verify power connections are working appropriately and that they're supplying the correct voltage. This is important if you think a power supply is not working or a computer component has failed. You may also need to check the voltage of the plug-in where the information technology device is plugged into. And chip extractors. These commonly come in PC repair toolkits, and they're used to remove chips from a motherboard. As technology evolves, many chips today are attached to a card or a modular, which is much more easily inserted and can be removed. So as technology improves, we use less and less of the chip extractors because they're ready to go built off of a card. Then storage containers. These are handy and they come in handy for any repair professional. They don't have to be elaborate. You can be using large or small ones, whatever helps you stay organized and prevents you from losing screws or small hardware. There are a number of different types of storage canisters for IT professionals on the market, and you can use whatever you choose, whatever keeps you organized. Software tools are tools that are used to repair like computer boot files or replace missing files that you need to get a computer going. So they're commonly kept on zip drives or thumb drives or CDs, and we'll discuss these in depth in our software chapter. There are many electrically related dangers you may encounter through your work. Many of these can even cause damage to internal computer parts. Electrostatic discharge is the same charge that you feel when you walk on carpet and scuff your feet and build up static electricity, and then you touch your coworker and they feel a shock. This is called electrostatic discharge, and it can cause significant damage to computer systems. One thing that's surprising is to feel this shock, the charge has to actually be approximately 3,000 volts, but a computer chip can be damaged with as little as 200 volts, so it's important to be very careful in your work and use protective measures. Computer chips can be affected by electrostatic electricity like we just talked about. That can actually kill a computer chip. So we share a number of component handling tips you can use to prevent electrostatic discharge. We'll also talk about a number of best practices, and these are things you can use in your shop or on the go. These are good ideas to follow, and they'll prevent issues when you do your work. When you're handling components, you need to keep in mind you can never really eliminate all static buildup. So you need to make sure that you minimize it as best you can. Let's begin with humidifiers. Humidifiers are placed in the shops you work and continually place moisture into the air, just as you would a humidifier in your home. The goal is to get the humidity level to around 50%. The drier the air, the more the static, and the wetter the air, the more opportunity for corrosion and rust. So you have to maintain a good balance, which ends up being around 50%. Anti-static bags are used for carrying computer components from one place to another or from one workstation to another workstation, and these can be purchased online or in stores. Carpet spray is very simple. You can buy it at common retail stores or hardware stores. It comes in a can and can be sprayed on your carpet to reduce static electricity, but you have to be cautious. You don't want to use this as your only means to reduce static electricity. You need to use other components as well. ESD mats can be purchased online or technical shop. These mats connect to a grounding plug in the power outlets on the wall and then have a place to connect your workstation to a mat on the ground and prevent static buildup. ESD straps are the most popular solution for preventing damage to components, where you actually wear a grounding strap called an ESD wrist strap. You place the grounding strap around your wrist, which contains a resistor that absorbs any static electricity. This wrist strap clamps to the metal portions of the casing of the computer. This provides for constant grounding when you service the computer and eliminates any static buildup. There are a lot of different types of equipment grounding, and new types come out every day in supply places and equipment places for IT technical professionals. So be sure that you have whatever helps make your work efficient and helps you work your way around your shop, and it makes you best work in your customers' areas and being able to minimize risk for electrostatic discharge. So you also want to remember that in addition to anything that you can buy that helps you reduce these risks, you can also remember the easiest thing you can do is self-grounding. You can always ground yourself by connecting a grounding strap to the grounding plug of a power outlet. This is the most simple and cost-effective means to minimize electrostatic discharge. Personal safety should always come first in your work, no matter what task you are completing. Safety is paramount. You would never want to cause injury to yourself or to a customer on a job site, nor would you want an accident to occur in your shop. Personal protective equipment pieces are very important to you. You'll need to maintain these in your shop or possibly take them with you in your job kits for the job sites. What you need will greatly vary based on your location and what kind of work you're doing, but see, these are some of the basics. I usually include goggles or protective eyewear to prevent eye injury. You may need some gloves such as nitrile gloves. These will protect your skin but also are thin enough you can maintain a lot of agility to pick up small parts. Don't forget your ESD strap, and then keep a first aid kit handy for small nicks and cuts when performing repairs. I often keep also some air filter mask handy for tasks such as keyboard cleaning or cleaning out dusty fans in desktop computers or laptops which will receive very little maintenance. You always find that one computer that looks like it's been behind a desk for 4 to 5 years. Chemicals you come in contact are very important. You're going to work with things like compressed air for cleaning keyboards or electrical components. And the compressed air is in a can, and it's very cold because when it comes out of the can, it has rapid decompression. As it leaves this can, that's where the cold air comes from. You've got to be careful not to get it on your skin or in your eyes. And you may also come in contact with a number of cleaning solutions which themselves may have hazardous ingredients. So it's always important if you're using cleaning products or any kind of chemicals, read the label and be confident in their use. You'll see a number of cables and trip hazards throughout your work. You're going to encounter a number of power cords, phone cords, and cables used to connect IT resources. It's important that you're careful to prevent hazards for yourself as well as your customers. Cable management is very important, especially when you work in network environments. You should always bundle the cables together neatly and don't leave them where anyone can trip over them. Environmental safety is also important because all the components that an IT professional works with have some kind of an electrical source. And electrical safety ties in with fire safety. It's always important because you have a corresponding risk of fire when electricity is involved. Always have a fire extinguisher in your shop or within your mobile kit. I always stress jewelry removal. This is important, and you should always do that prior to working with metals or any kind of conductors rather, because metals conduct electricity and you want to decrease your risk for electrical shock. And finally, lifting techniques in your day-to-day work. You may be required to lift a number of different technology components. Some of these are going to be heavy and awkward at times or awkward in nature to carry. So always use proper lifting techniques using your legs to lift with your back straight. And if things are excessively heavy, always get help. Depending on the size of your operations, you may have a number of boxes required for individual projects, so often a portable dolly or carts come in handy. Electricity should always be respected and proper precautions should be used when working with high voltage. You will encounter a number of high voltage situations. Let's talk about power supplies. Power supplies are the most common type of electrical device you'll encounter, in addition to CRT monitors. The important thing to remember is that devices have capacitors, and the capacitors hold an electrical charge even when the component is unplugged. And this can cause a severe electrical shock, so be sure you're aware of this. And power supplies are always necessary in your line of work. They're used to convert 120 volts of alternating current into 3.3 volts or 5 volts or 12 volts of direct current to operate equipment. Every computer has a monitor, and these monitors are used for the user to interact and perform activities. The important thing for you to know about CRT monitors is that they require approximately 50,000 volts to create images, and this can cause significant harm. Don't open computer monitors unless you have qualified training. This is beyond the scope of the A+ certification examination. The important thing for you to understand is training is required, and you should never open a monitor. And then lastly, we'll talk about warnings. You always want to be aware of manufacturer stickers and warning labels, such as the symbol shown in this slide. You would not want to work or should not work on high voltage equipment unless you have had specialized training. This is beyond the scope of the A+ certification exam, but you need to be able to identify it. Always heed manufacturer's warnings and information on stickers. Ergonomics is the study of designing equipment to reduce discomfort for the user from stressors and repetitive strain injuries. Proper ergonomics are important for you and for your customers. Anyone who uses a computer for a significant amount of time should practice proper ergonomic techniques. So when we're looking at preventing discomfort due to repetitive strain injuries, a number of tips and things that you can do. One of the things that's very important is your eye care. Your eye care is important because you spend so many hours at the computer that it can really cause eye strain. Be sure that you take frequent breaks and look away from the monitor to focus on a distant object for a few seconds, about every 15 to 20 minutes. Then you want to maintain good posture. Good posture means you're sitting up straight with your feet flat on the floor and both your thighs and your back are at a 90-degree angle from one another. Adjustable height desks are very popular today too to reduce back and neck strain, and I recommend them. I have one at my workplace and I think it really works great. Really reduces the stress and allows you to contour your body to the work that you're working on. When you're working with your keyboard and mouse, you want to make sure that the keyboard height is not too high or too low and that you utilize wrist rest or mouse rest. When you face the computer, make sure that everything is within your reach or your envelope reach, and this is considered the distance when you reach your arm straight out and move it to the right and left. It's similar to the cockpit for an airplane or when you're sitting in a car. You don't want to have to reach in the back seat or in the passenger seat to get items. They should be all close in your reach. As I mentioned, your monitor position is important. It should be at eye level so you don't have to bend or stretch your neck in order to look at it. Most monitors have height adjustments to get them at the proper positioning. Frequent breaks are also important. Remember, when you want to reduce strain, you need to be able to make sure you get up and take time to get away from the computer and stretch your arms and legs and take frequent breaks. That's the most important thing that you can do to minimize ergonomic and repetitive injuries is take a break. As an A+ certified individual, we are all responsible to protect the environment from waste. You should always recycle and properly dispose of any environmental waste. Hazardous waste may be contained in any of the products we use, and we must ensure that you dispose of them according to federal and local laws. Breaking these laws can result in fines and definitely have an impact on our environment. Most communities host recycling events, and there are a number of commercial disposal facilities for hazardous waste. Always read the product's hazard information and utilize material safety sheets. If in doubt, contact your city environmental waste resources. Batteries can be harmful to the environment, mainly because many of the different chemicals and metals that are contained within them, such as nickel and cadmium, and these have to properly be disposed of. If in doubt, contact your state's environmental regulatory office to get information on the proper disposal for both batteries and computer components. CRTs are another thing that contain a number of hazardous components, and they have to be properly disposed of. Often they can be recycled, or you can often donate them to charities. Material safety sheets contain information about hazardous chemicals in the materials you purchase. They tell you also of the proper disposal methods, as well as emergency and hazard information. Material safety sheets are available from the OSHA website by typing in the material you're researching. And then printer cartridges and toner refills. These should always be recycled, and some vendors even offer you a discount if you return old cartridges and toner kits. You want to seek out any local recycling opportunities. Recycling is important and should be encouraged by all A+ professionals. Your recycling impacts the environment and shows customers you're concerned for their well-being. There are many resources on the web for local recycling facilities, as well as city and state points of contact. The Environmental Protection Agency also offers a number of tips and tricks to recycling in your daily work, and these are available on their website. Thanks for joining me. This video demonstration covers safety for you and the components that you work with. I'll cover a number of safety concerns, such as things you'll encounter each and every day that you work as a CompTIA A+ certified professional. So I've got these broken down into 4 different categories as far as safety concerns. I'm going to talk a little bit about the environment, and that's the environment that you'll be working in when you work with your customers and clients. And that could be an industry, it could be something like a ballpark, it could be a hospital, it could be an office or their home. So there's any number of different hazards in each one of those individual areas. I'll break it down into the specific hazards, which include things like slips, trips, and falls, chemical contact, and electricity. Then I'll talk about some of the prevention methods as far as PPE, your ESD strap, and some of the other components we've got here. So we're going to walk through all those. And then I'm going to talk about specific PPE related to hearing protection, eye protection, respiratory protection, and those kind of things. So let's go ahead and take a benchtop look at all of these. Thanks for joining me. I'm going to show you some of the particular safety concerns and hazards and things that you can do to protect yourself and your computers as you work. When we talked during our lecture and our intro, there are a number of different places that you could work as a CompTIA A+ certified professional, such as factories or businesses or restaurants, schools and offices and homes or server rooms. So you have to be aware of your surrounding in the particular areas and make sure that you have no issues that you could come in contact with or your customers could come in contact with and be hurt. So what I'm going to show you is some of the just specific warnings as far as electricity, but I wanted to talk briefly just about some of the things you look around for your surroundings. You need to look around the customer's area. Make sure that's a safe work environment. There's so many different places you work. Look for water in particular areas, but also be cautious of how you're lifting and slips and trips and falls. There's any number of things that can cause issue or harm to you or your customers. So I wanted to start here just talking a little bit about electricity and things you should be aware of. There's always specific warning plates or warnings on different pieces of equipment. This is an instruction manual here. I always read these just to be sure that I'm okay and I understand what the symbols are. This is a basic symbol that lets you know that there are some personal safety issues. This lets you know that there could be a danger or a hazardous situation. And these things, like a warning and caution, are differentiated by things that could cause either serious injury or death, or some kind of a minor injury, or just something that may not be related to personal safety. Like if you're doing an installation, that lets you know that, hey, you might over voltage this or damage some kind of a component if you don't do this. So there's particular notices. As far as ESD, you'll see a notice that looks similar to this, shaped like that in design. So you don't always see all of these on every manufacturer. You don't always get all of the warnings that you need, so you have to be aware of what particular things can be in your environment and what's available there that you need to protect against or make sure that you're not harmed. Got another piece of equipment here, and they're all different, but every manufacturer has a different discussion on there. This one says caution, risk of electric shock if opened. And that can cause harm to you or any other user if they're opening it without any kind of specific training. One thing I did want to talk about was the ability or the companies that really talk about safety and talk about cabling. And specifically, this is Underwriters Laboratory. You want to look for a symbol like this, and there's also CSA International. And the two of them actually work to make sure that electrical products are safety for our use. So a lot of times you'll hear or you'll talk with customers or vendors and they'll say we're UL listed. That's what it means. It's basically been run through a laboratory and made sure that it's safe for human use, and everything that's critical to these components has been looked at and independently tested in a laboratory, so it's safe for use. And those are really important factors when you're looking at things and the quality of the products that you purchase. I don't use any products unless they're UL listed or I've got something from the CSA as far as a sticker on here. So you'll see that on just about every electrical component that you work with, and that gives you a particular degree of safety knowing that you're covered as far as electrical concerns. Okay, so I wanted to share some information about where safety rules and regulations come from. There are a number of different guides that we use as CompTIA A+ professionals. When you're out in the field, you're going to be required to adhere to the specific safety rules to work on job sites, and often you'll work with a safety manager that wants to make sure that you're working safely. And this is really very important. the Occupational Safety and Health Administration builds the CFR codes out of accidents that have occurred in the past and things that prevent accidents from occurring. So very specific guidelines. As you work to pull cable and things like that, I mentioned a little bit earlier about the Underwriters Laboratory and the CSA, which actually certify equipment that it's of a particular grade and quality to be used. But there are also a number of things that you need to be aware of as far as protecting your own health. The National Electric Code, this is just a code guidebook here. I always keep one in my toolbox just to make sure that I've got the basic guidelines covered when I'm referencing any kind of prints or diagrams that I'm working with on a client. I'll show you a couple of things here. This is just an occupational noise exposure meter that really explains noise exposure. And why that's as important is because sometimes you work out in a client area, which it could be a factory, or it could be some kind of a setting where there's really high environmental noise. And what you want to do, I'm going to go through some of the PPE a little bit later, is wear your hearing protection. Because at 85 decibels, that's the action level for OSHA. And if you hear 110 decibels at a continual point in time, you're going to have permanent damage after just listening to 1 minute. So there's really specific guidelines. These are for hazardous materials. And I've got special instructions and ergonomics section, electrical section, and a safety section. So these books really help to prevent injury to us and others, and are important to have the guidelines. So I'm just giving you some awareness when you're on job sites. You need to be able to adhere to these rules and make sure that your customers are adhering to the rules and anyone else that's working with you, because you don't want any injuries or accidents. Injuries and accidents only lead to injury and harm to individuals, but also add to additional cost of jobs. And you have to really look at that if you're working for an employer and specifically for yourself, the additional cost for insurance and things like that. Dell wanted to talk a little bit about some of the hazards that you're going to come in contact with as you work in your line of work. And I want to begin with some of the chemicals and chemical safety. So this is a compressed air that we talked about earlier in one of our previous lessons. And when you're looking at this type of information, these all have a specific label on them that tells you what to do as far as preventing harm, any kind of warnings or things you should know in advance, how you store them and what type of first aid you might need and what kind of PPE to use and how you prevent any number of issues. So every product will have a label. And even this fire extinguisher tells you the basic safety precautions and warnings and how to use it and how not to use it. So it's important that you know all of these aspects when you work in other clients' areas and you're working with yourself. Any kind of chemical you're unsure of, you need to read up about it and be sure that you know how to use it and use it safely. This is a material safety sheet. It's one page that I've got printed out here, but they can range from anywhere to 3 to about 20 pages, and they tell you everything that you'd want to know about the composition of a product. Every chemical that's inside any one of these, it breaks it down molecularly, so if a physician needed to look at it or research any information, or you had some kind of a hazardous response, say you had a warehouse full of batteries that caught fire, safety responders need to know things like this, such as the fire department and first responders. And that's why basically when you go into certain areas, you'll see this diamond on the doors as entryways into a lot of places. And it really tells the first responders what they're up against or what they're looking for when they go inside of a building. Just wanted to share that with you. When you look at basic products, I've got a lithium ion battery from Dell. Every product that you have that has anything in it that's harmful to humans will have a corresponding material safety sheet. This product here, I think I looked at it, has about a 20-page material safety sheet, and there are hundreds of them available on the Dell webpage. So any of the chemicals that you work with or any of the manufacturers that you work with, if they make something that's hazardous to life and health or the environment, they've got a corresponding MS sheet. Really important to know and really important to work with. So within chemicals, the next thing we look at is electricity, and electrical safety is important because always as a CompTIA professional, you're going to be working around things that are going to be energized or electrically could be at some kind of a risk. So you want to make sure that you use proper electrical safety, always looking for issues with water or issues where there is an unsafe situation. You want to look for the specific warnings. And we talked a little bit earlier about some of the warning signs on products. The main thing I look for always when I'm working with electrical products is starting out with the cords. I make sure that cords aren't damaged. I make sure that the grounding prong is here. So it's very important when we're working with electrical products, you understand exactly what the risks are, and you're concerned or you want to confirm that when you're working with another client, that the electricity is actually shut off. You verify that yourself. You don't take someone's word for it that electricity has been shut off or something's unplugged. That's why you have a voltmeter. You always want to use your own personal electrical safety and be aware of lockout tagout programs. So when you work in a lot of companies and you work out in the field, they'll have a specific lockout tagout program that you want to work with the safety officer on and make sure that you're aware of it. That protects you and protects others from any kind of electrical condition that can occur. So that's very important. In a little bit, I'm going to show you how we put together an ESD strap on here and prevent any kind of electrical damage through that as far as electromagnetic interference and as far as any kind of electrostatic electricity.